Council, if you've had a chance to look over the agenda, we will looking for an approval for the agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion we approve the workshop meeting for September 13th, 2023.
You have a second?
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is approved. Our first agenda item tonight is in reference to City Code 9-8B-6, which is detached residential accessory building restrictions. Our Community Development Director, Drew Ellerman, has this item. Mr. Ellerman.
Well, we kind of want to talk about this in this meeting just to kind of help if there's any questions you have before we go into that. If you've read my report, I feel that what we covered in May, I think is well enough for what our city needs when it comes to accessory structures. I will just let you know that the awning companies come about every couple of years and want to get a little more and just keep adding. And I'm just afraid we are going to give up a few inches here and a few inches here before we realize we've given up quite a few feet. So
Drew, what's the biggest hurdle when it goes to these awnings? Because I mean, a lot of times I think they should be simple, right? People just want a little shade in their backyard, but sometimes I have heard complaints about us being too difficult on them. So that's why I'm asking you what your opinion is on what's the biggest problem we have when people try to come in with an awning.
Honest with you, I'm kind of confused because I've not had any train wrecks. You might have heard, but I've not had to sit there and explain to people, well, this is because, we're limited here. And I just have not had those conversations at the front desk with people. And that's when I realize sometimes we may have a problem when I'm denying constantly, or people are coming and say, how come I can't do this?
Okay, then maybe it's just one or two sources that I had and they ended up just not doing it. And some decided just to do it anyways without authorization, which we do have. So I guess my goal is to not make that happen. I'd rather people be in compliant than just say, well, forget it, I'll just do what I want, because that happens too.
Yeah.
And so that's what I mean by easier. But and I think that happened a couple times where they're like, well, they just wouldn't, it was probably an easement or something, I don't know. And they're just like, fine, whatever, I'll do what I want, and moved on.
And that's going to happen no matter what. Like I can drive through the city, not that I'm out looking, but if I go to somebody else's home, I'll look over and go, oh, wonder how that happened. And I think a lot of times these people think that's what I want to do. And they'll go to a business and some business will tell them, no, that's not against, it's kind of against code. And then others will just say, well, I'll just build it anyway. Chances of you getting caught are slim to none. And I know that happens quite often out there. I'm not here picking or trying to poke eyes on anybody, but that's just what the hard truth is that's out there. So I think what you did by bumping up that extra 5% went quite a long way in being able to do that. Now, I'm also a firm believer, professionally and personally, I like to be able to walk out and look up and see the stars, not have a metal roof over my head. And I'm afraid that if we go too much, we're just going to be putting and again, they talk about having recreation under there for shade. I'm going, well, I don't know many trampolines I would put underneath an awning or other recreation. Now, 30% of people want to sit outside and be in the shade. I think 30% is quite a big area, even in relationship to your lot, depending on what size your lot is.
So, Drew, it looks like the Planning Commission recommended to tweak it just a little bit and bump up the smaller lots to 50% and the R10s up to 40%. That's kind of what they have proposed, right? The Planning Commission.
Yeah, and again, I wasn't there at that meeting. I was on vacation when they went through that process there, and I kind of scratched my head thinking that's almost a little backwards for me. I mean, because a smaller lot, the more you cover, it's going to actually feel and appear more than that. I kind of see where they might have been trying to go with that, maybe to appease the applicant, but I still think that what our ordinance is good to give. Well, it's what I call elbow room, right? That's just how I refer to it. I'm a personal professional. I want some elbow room on my property. Sorry.
I totally get where you're coming from, Drew, but I also think that they're just trying to get the same size of awning that they want. And their yards are so small now, they have to do something. So I kind of like that suggestion of having some variances based on the zone, because again, an R18 or smaller, mean, I could see 50% being, they're small lots.
Yes, and I would really tend to agree with you, and I'd like to, but then the problem for me is policing all the different, it's hard enough keeping the rules and missing the things that we do, and the more that we have these escalating scales, it's just more potential for things to get missed. And and I know you totally appreciate that over all your experiences, but that's the only reason I say that, because the more of these different scenarios we have for all the different lots and all the different, things, it just makes it really hard to, police, to perform in giving the permits and having to have all these different, if I'm here, but if I'm there, I can do this, but not here, but then I have to go over here. And the more we throw in there, I think, on rules and regulations, just the harder it gets.
So Drew, this was tabled from our August meeting because the applicant was out of town, I believe. Could you just give us some background as to what's gone before in this? You briefly touched on it, but if you just share kind of what we've done in the past, the action that the council has taken, then that would be probably helpful for the people that are listening at home as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the date. I think Councilman Segmiller might have been the original, and we had an individual build an awning. This is what started everything years ago, and it's been about 12 years ago, I think, maybe. We had an individual that let one of these companies talk him into building right to his property line on the side of his house, just went and did it, even though he was told by 2 other awning companies that he got bids from, says we're not allowed to do that. But one of them came in and did it. So then he came in for the forgiveness, rule. And he spent a lot of time meeting with every council member, et cetera, on that. And they ended up changing the side yard to have awnings in it. But then he had to end up buying some property from his neighbor because they put some regulations in. You had to have the block wall 6 feet so your neighbors wouldn't see it being that, because a lot of people will just store stuff under it. That's all of our fears. So that ended up getting changed. And so after that got changed, then all of a sudden the awning companies came in and said, hey. So they hired an attorney to come in, and they looked at the rear yards, because the side yards were now covered, right? Don't pardon the pun. So they came in and we changed the rear yard. Before, you couldn't attach it to the house. It had to be at least 3 feet away, and then you could do a certain percentage and keep it so far off of the rear property line. So probably 7-8 years ago, this same attorney came in with the same awning company, and we changed the regulations in the backyard to allow it to be attached, and you could go with up to 3 feet of the rear yard if you had that same wall, etc., on there. Okay, and that opened up a lot of doors, because there was a lot of illegal ones built up in the Coral Canyon area, because those are the folks that really like their awnings. For some reason, it's more probably there, and so there was probably, I would guesstimate, 80 to 200 illegal awnings that were built in the Coral Canyon. This kind of helped get almost all those out of that thing, because we didn't want to go back. And that's, the council said, we're not going to go back and hit anybody, so it put a lot of people in compliance. And the city did that, several years back. But even recently, we've bumped that up another 5%. They still have those same opportunities in the rear yard to do what they have done. They're just wanting more. In fact, I think the regulation they were asking for is to them not even be counted as structure in the yard. So that just means they could put awnings anywhere, which I told them I'll never buy off on that. But then your planning commission came with, they listened in their public hearing, and then brought that proposal to you in the form of what they did that night. So that's kind of the history. So that's why I say I think they're just coming back and trying to get a little more and a little more and a little more each time, and that's just where I have concerns about that.
Drew, apologies.
I'm sorry. So I can see some wisdom in what the planning commission proposed, because on some of these small lots, the backyards are so tiny that 30% to an awning would be an awning that would almost be not usable, or not even, worth doing. So Councilman Martinson and I looked at that subdivision next to Swen's Auto Shop to the west, Canyon Cove.
Canyon Cove.
Yeah, and so, a lot of those backyards are tiny, tiny backyards. So a lot of them have awnings. They like their awnings over there too. And, you know, a lot of their awnings take up about 50% of their backyard. So, I mean, to me, I think that makes some sense to me, you know, just to give those smaller yards a little bit more percentage wise, so that if they're going to put an awning out there, that it's an awning that's actually usable, where you can have a table and a few chairs and sit your family out there, you know.
Yeah, and I looked at that, and the way I looked, I went to my just my regular regulations, right? Even in my R16, the minimum lot width has to be 65 feet. And I know that my backyard setback is at 10, no matter what. So I times 65 by 10, that tells me what every backyard, even on my smallest lot, will be 650 square feet overall. Then I took, you know, basically 1/3 of that almost, right? It's just kind of under that, but that still tells me there's 200 and something square feet of covering that they could put out there to sit under. So I thought 10 by, you know, I mean, that's a pretty good area, especially if it's at 10 feet, I got to be 3 feet back. So it's going to be, the most they could do is 7 feet right off of their house would be the maximum. So 7 feet, and that's going to be 30 feet wide. That's almost half of their lot. I'm just doing the math backwards on it. So that means they could have 200 rough square feet, and they can only be 7. So that's 30 feet by 7 feet. So I started looking at it going, that's pretty, you know, that's half of it anyway, almost. But that's what it would end up being on 30%. Just for some perspective to put that in, and because I see where you're coming from, I'm just trying to help you with that same rule of thought. You know, I just did the math backwards, and it comes to basically 7 by 28, 7 by 30 would be, you know, the smallest. And that's not a bad area if you think about 30 feet long, 7 feet wide of awning. Just again, food for thought on that as you think that, mull that over. So
something to consider as well is the offset with ADUs, because these count as a structure in the backyard. So would you just share a little bit how the impact with ADUs would be? And then if, I know that the applicant is an attorney for the companies, and which is fine, that's well within their right. But I'd like to know what we're hearing from citizens regarding this, whether we're having people reaching out saying that they would like it changed for their, you know, if they're feeling like it's too restricted. Just really like to know what the citizens are saying about this.
yeah, and that's why I was trying to explain to Councilman Coates is that I'm sitting here trying to remember anybody coming in saying, you know, that I want to talk to you, because that's how it escalates. You know, staff will tell them, well, here's what the rules are. Well, I want to talk to somebody else. So it usually makes its way to me. And I'm sitting here trying to remember anybody that has come and talked to me asking, what do I got to do to try to get this changed? And I'm, in the last, several years, I have not had anybody that has escalated to that saying that's what they wrote. And that's when you know. And that's sometimes when I get certain things where I will come to you and say, hey, we've had a lot of people coming, and I can see where they're coming from. We may want to look at this code, which I've done over the years. I've brought 2 or 3 different ones saying, here's something we probably want to look at, in the next little bit. As it relates to this, and I'm not just saying it because I just have not had anybody coming in saying that they have just terrible issues because they're not getting enough shade, or structure in their rear yard, when you are basically giving them 1/3 of their backyard to be covered in whatever they choose to cover.
So if a resident or citizen came in and they did want more than what our code allowed, what would the process be for them to bring that forward?
Well, I try not to say this to people because I don't want a line that's out the wall, that says, because anybody can come ask the council to go above what their code is in the book. They have that right. You're the only ones who can do that. But, for me to try to, I'm not saying I need to protect you, but to help you guys as much as I can, I don't tell people you can go ask them to go against their code, because if we start getting in the habit of going beyond the code, then you guys know what I'm going to go with this. Your code doesn't have its same effect. You just got whatever, everybody comes and gives you the best story, and that's why I've gone back and joked that, we can just drop everything and just have on every other Wednesday night, they can come in with their case and you either give them a thumbs up or down without anything. We just open it up, first come, first serve. They stand in line, come give you their best, scenario, and you either let them do it or not. And that's not how you want to run a city.
But in an effort of being transparent, there would be recourse if a citizen felt like they wanted to have it heard.
Yeah, if they had some really odd circumstance. Okay, and I was talking to this with somebody the other day. If they had some unusually weird thing, then I might say, well, you may want to ask the council for that. I don't really want to put them through the variance thing, because variances are they're regulated by state code. You have to meet all the criteria to give one. And some cities use variances terribly, and they do it wrong. I'm on record, I don't care, saying that. They hand them out like it's candy because they think, oh, that's my way to get away from my code. I'll just hand out variances. But that's why I love that each state actually, most of the states I know of, will put regulations, say to get a variance, you have to meet, item 1 through 5 or A through F or whatever it may be. State of Utah, thank goodness, has done that, and you shouldn't hand a variance if they can't meet all the criteria. That's why I'd rather them have the opportunity to, if they have some strange just one of those 1 in a million type of circumstances, that they could come and say, because of this, and this, would you allow me that because of whatever it may be? I think that should always be open on the docket, for that, where nobody can help it, but just special relief.
I know we've discussed this before, but does a pool count? It counts as a structure, correct? Or no?
Well, for me, pools are structures by code, but I've never calculated the pool to be structure for the backyard coverings. That's the way I've done it. And my theory behind that is it's not something standing up. Nobody can really see it. So I've never included it in the 25 or 30%. That's just how I've done it. And if I'm to get slapped in the wrist, I'm fine. I'll take that slap, I think, because I think that benefits the citizens, right? That I have not calculated the pool square footage in this stuff. I just don't think that, even though it is technically a structure, but it's a structure that goes down, not up, right? So I hope I'm okay with that with the council at that
So,
point.
Drew, the recommendation from Planning Commission indicates the different zoning levels and what would be allowed. How would a PUD transfer to this?
The PUD is customized zoning. They can come in and ask you for what, and that would be part of their approval process. So if they wanted to do that and they forget it, then I'd come back and have them amend their PUD, and you could do as a council, you could work out anything. And I think this one project you talked about would have fallen under that anyway. So a PUD, this is not in the PUD regulations, and you have the right as the council and the planning commission to decide, we're going to let them do this. You can do that in PUD without any issues that way.
Let me throw out a little question here, Drew. So if I come with a set of plans, and my set of plans has a gigantic back patio that goes all the way to the setbacks, would my plan get approved if it's a brand new home?
If you meet your setbacks, absolutely you would. Because you're in what I call the building envelope. You're familiar with that in your profession, and that's, as a draftsman, that meant everything to me. I can fill up whatever as long as I meet height and width and whatever. I can build patio, livable, whatever it may be, garage, storage, as long as it's attached to the home within the building envelope. You have not even begun to even get into this part of the code.
Right.
Then you could come if you wanted to, and you wanted to add awning beyond your patio, then you're going to be into that area, and you could still add awning if you had this ginormous patio, because your backyard was so big. You still can take advantage of this by going beyond from your patio to that rear lot, property line, meeting all the criteria.
So let's say I don't bring, when I initially come in to bring a house, that I don't go all the way out. Well, let's say two people bring a house in. one person, it's the same size lot. One person brings a gigantic house that has a gigantic porch. They go all the way to the setbacks. And let's say the neighbor next door on the same size lot builds a house half that size, right? If that guy that built the smaller house 2 years later decides to put an awning on, he can't build an awning out to the same setbacks as his neighbor did 2 years earlier. He has to go by the 30% rule, right?
I don't think I would look at it like that, because that room is available for addition and anything else. As long as it's part of the primary structure and they wanted to go to that setback, where the setback met, I don't think I would touch this, because that got brought up in the meeting, and I've had a little time to ponder on that, because technically the backyard starts from the back of the house, right? But if someone wanted to come in and they said, and that was a scenario, I had 7 feet left before I hit my setback, I don't think I would include that in here, even though it's part of the backyard. I'd almost have to not, the more I've thought about it. Because I'm sitting there going, well, it is the backyard, so now they've defined it, but I'm going, yeah, but if they added bedrooms or a family room or whatever, I wouldn't be saying the same thing.
So
Right,
if that guy came with an addition of a bathroom plus a giant porch, he could go all the way out to the setback.
As long as he went to his setback, that's how I would have to be able to do it. That's the building. Again, it gets back to what I refer to as the building envelope.
Right.
You're allowed to use all of that as as long as it's all attached. Now, if you separate it and it's detached, then all of a sudden you put yourself into something different.
Right.
Now you're in the backyard away from the primary structure, so you're not in that anymore.
Okay.
I'd almost be tied to have to do that.
Thank you.
Did everybody understand that? I hope that we weren't just having our own conversation, and
Yeah, good.
because it is that was a technical thing, I guess, it brought up. I wish I could have been to the planning commission. I could have addressed that then, because I know that went on and on for a while, and I would have, just as the department head, tell you, here's the call I would have made, and I'll stand behind that right now.
So I think that's the part that a lot of people just don't understand. Like if I originally come in with my building plans, I can go all the way out to the setbacks. But if I come back later and I want to add an aluminum awning, I can't go all the way to the setback. So I think that's where a lot of people, maybe people that aren't involved in government, they don't understand that. They don't understand. It doesn't make sense to them, And I think that's kind of, I think that's maybe some of the thinking that the planning commission had as they said, okay, yeah, we're going to increase this so that people with the smaller yards can have more substantial shade structures and things like that. If it was all up to me, I would say anybody can build whatever they want to the setbacks. That's what I would, if it was all up to me, but it's not all up to me. So
Within the setbacks, you said,
yeah,
right?
within the setbacks. And so, anyway,
Councilman,
so
that's because the setbacks actually are in place to protect the neighbors, right? To keep an impact of.
yeah, so,
Well, I think we all agree that everybody should be able to. You just got to make sure that you do it according to how the way, the regulations that we put in to help you get there. And again, so if you attach it and you're within the setback, you're fine. As long as you build it to code, right? You still have to make sure that you've got a footing that holds the post, that holds the roof, whatever it may be in the construction side of it. I think we agree absolutely on that.
yeah, so I think the disconnect here is how come the aluminum awnings have the percentages and all that kind of stuff, that they're, restricted to those percentages when they come in later. So I think that's where people get confused and, look for reasoning on it. So anyway,
Yeah.
thank you.
Council, anything else for Drew or staff?
Can you build within the setbacks as long as if you meet fire code?
Within the setbacks, you have to meet these regulations here, yes.
No, but can you, when there was that discussion on that commercial property, they built inside of the 3 feet setback, and they built, as long as they built and met the fire code, they could build
Yeah.
And is that the same for residential, that people could build within those setbacks as long as they meet?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only reason they'll do that in commercial is because you have a lot of times commercial, like let's take the Albertsons Plaza. Those could all be individually owned. Where, you know, in a home, you're not going to have that. And we do have those scenarios in a townhome project, right? We do have zero property lines, but that's for the multifamily that have been designed that way. But for single family residential, that's why that's defined as single family. You want those gaps in between, and you want to be able to get in between down the sides of them, right? Even if somebody puts a fence in between those, you still need some room in between. And that's where cities determine what setback they want, whether it's 5 feet, 7 feet, 10 feet. And we have a variety depending on the size of the lot and the zoning that it's in. So, but commercial's a lot different, and industrial. You know, that's why we allow them to go to a zero property line with a conditional use permit, but they meet the fire codes. So you got to have a non-combustible, you know, line right there that they're sitting on that property line so that we don't transfer fires over. So in case one happened to happen.
Council, anything else that you'd like to discuss or speak with anyone else? Okay, this will be on our regular meeting agenda. It's item 8B, where we will consider a motion on this, but we will have plenty of time to talk and discuss then with the applicant. If you have any questions between now and then, we'll give you plenty of time to ask those. Okay.
So, Drew, we don't have a motion on this, right? We don't have an ordinance written yet.
Not yet.
No, and I wanted to leave that. Normally we might, but because it's a citizen-oriented one, I wanted to wait to see if you guys even want to entertain doing it, and then you could give direction on how you would want to do it.
If we have extra time, can we have discussion now and maybe not have it during the regular meeting? Because all we're doing is just giving direction.
Right,
go write an ordinance.
But for me to put an ordinance on, I couldn't do it tonight because I'd had to.
Yeah, you can. I'm just wondering if we utilize the time now rather than in the regular meeting that might be long.
Well, you guys can just listen to the applicant, take what he has to say if
Is
you
he
want,
coming in during the regular meeting? Okay, never
and
mind.
then just say, here's what we're going to do.
I'm thinking we probably need to have that discussion. I did notice that the ordinance has not been drafted yet, but I was thinking maybe it would be nice to use that time to shorten the meeting, but I think we'd almost have to have that
Yeah,
conversation.
and if the applicant's
I
coming,
know where you're
then
going,
it's
but
good to
because
do
it is
that.
an application,
That's fine.
they you know, they're awarded their time before but you can determine how much you give. So.
I'm trying to be efficient, but sometimes we're too efficient. So that's good.
Well, we appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Drew. Appreciate that report. Our next agenda item is a presentation of a citywide road projects update. Our city engineer, Paul Mogul, will dazzle us with roads.
Oh, be prepared to be dazzled. Yeah, Paul Mogul, city engineer. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem and council. And just as we go through this, if you got questions, comments, or anything, just feel free to ask. Just an update on our road projects and the I-15 Main Street interchange project, and some of the other projects that we have either in design or in construction. And then the slide that we have is just a little bit different than the one in your packet. I added another project in there and added also some other pictures and stuff to go along with this. And hopefully I do this right. Okay. So the I-15 Main Street interchange project, these dates are taken with a grain of salt. The project was bid at 567 calendar days, which would put the closing or the project completion around the end of October, maybe 1st of November of 2024. The Main Street closure, 260 calendar days. In talking with the contractor about that, they're anticipating 1st of February, maybe even middle of February for Main Street to open back up.
So can I ask a question about this?
Yeah.
I mean, they were only allowed to do a 6-month closure that started last May. So are they just blowing through, ignoring that? Or what's the thought there? I guess, do we need to push back a little bit and say?
So there was So there's a couple train of thought there. So with UDOT, when they bid their project, they bid price plus time. So they bid a price, there's a price element and then a time element. And so you got to give them a window of time to bid on time. And when they did this, we had to give them, 6 months was our anticipated time. We had to kind of give it a little gap there, and say up to, I can't remember what it was, but up to a certain amount of time and, like 4 to 9 months or something like that. So when the contracts came in, the winning bid went to probably about the max extent of that window that we had. We couldn't, based on how UDOT bids their projects, we couldn't just leave it strictly 6 months. In awarding the bid, they had to have like a window with the project as a whole and also the Main Street one. I don't know if that answers your question, Amy.
So
You're getting really good at working for government. I like the way you answered that. You talked and talked, and I still don't know what the answer is, but that's fine.
I'll
That's
blow a lot of hot air.
That's a compliment. It really is. I just want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to get that open, especially even if we just have it open for emergency vehicles. I mean, it's quite impactful to our police and fire response to have that closed. So I just want to make sure when you're in those meetings, we're pushing for that to at least be open. The hard closure is really impactful to our emergency response. So that's the big concern.
Right.
So let me ask you this, because you said hard closure, but they're driving through there all the time with their construction equipment. Can we not get it so that our police and fire can have access to that?
So just starting yesterday, I'm gonna go maybe one of my other slides here. So yesterday they started filling in the gap. So under the northbound, if you look under the northbound barrel, they've started filling that in. So it's not going to be open. They're anticipating putting traffic on that structure the end of October. So now they're going to start filling in that Main Street gap. And they've started doing that yesterday. They started filling that in. And
So Paul, what's every time I drive by, I try to think, what's the next step? Are they gonna direct traffic over the top of those two new platforms that they poured, or what are they gonna do?
Maybe if I can get this going. I'm gonna probably jump 50 slides here. So on this one, as you look, this is looking I-15 should be northbound. I-15, you think northbound, southbound. Here it's kind of the eastbound, westbound, but northbound. As you look northbound there, so you can kind of see, does this have a pointer? No, but on the north side of that structure, you can kind of see that northbound has been graded for traffic to be on there. So about the end of October, 1st of November, they anticipate putting traffic on the structure, on that brand new structure that they put in there. They'll close down the old structure. That gap will be filled in with dirt there. Traffic will be going there. They'll divert traffic onto there, and then the old structure, they'll start tearing it down after that.
And then are they going to build two more of those on either side of the
so then traffic will go on the structure, that new structure there, and then they'll widen that out as traffic's on there. They can't do it now because UDOT has them maintain 2 lanes of traffic, both northbound and southbound, open at all times. And so just a constructability standpoint, they'll throw the traffic onto that new structure, and then where the asphalt is paved right there, they'll start obliterating that and then start building that structure out.
Makes sense. But Main Street won't really be open until they have the 2 new ones.
Right.
And then, so that's going to be a while.
Right. And they're anticipating February for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And it kind of gives this one kind of shows a little bit better. They got that asphalt paved on the south side of that structure, and so you can kind of see, I think they're gonna start, pouring the approach slabs on those the 1st of October. So you can see where the asphalt ends, and there's that little gap between the asphalt and the structure. That's called the approach slab. We'll start pouring it on both sides about the 1st of October is what they're anticipating. That must be on the south side though, because I can't imagine that north side is going to be all filled in and up and ready. But
Just because I haven't seen the plan, what is when you get off the ramps, is there a signal there? Or is it stop signs?
no, there's stop signs. There'll be a signal at Main Street, Buena Vista, but the ramps will be stop signs.
Be interesting, because Washington Parkway is already getting to where we might need something else there.
Right. The traffic,
I mean on the on-ramps. Because it's getting real hard when it's becoming busy to turn left when you get off onto the parkway.
right.
Like, I feel like there should be almost a stop or something on one of the off ramps to help break up that flow of traffic, because it just keeps going sometimes. But
Yeah, the traffic models that they ran on it showed that it didn't meet, they weren't anticipating a signal right away. They were anticipating it probably 10 to 15 years down the road. It will be interesting once it's up and going how accurate those models are. But I don't know, traffic's always a hard one to tell. Like you think you have an idea of how it's going to play out, and then it always changes on you. Trying to think. So yeah, that's kind of what they're anticipating. You can kind of see those on that edges of the structure. There's those sheet piles, those kind of, that's what they pounded in the middle of the night for a long time, and those kept a few residents up and were not fun to deal with during the nighttime. Let's see, let's go to the next one here. So then this is where Main Street gets realigned. You can see, here's just an overview picture of it. You can see some of the storm drain that's getting put in. That storm drain that's exposed there is a 60-inch line. They anticipate having that done and in place, I think, 1st of next week. That should all be put in. And then just kind of a little quick overview snapshot of how that means, of some of the work that's going on with that Main Street realignment.
So do you have a meeting with these guys like once a month?
Yeah,
or-
there's a weekly construction meeting.
Oh,
It's
weekly?
every
Okay.
Wednesday morning. Rick Hansen and I usually go to it.
Okay.
I think they're going to start this, in that meeting this morning, they said they were going to start filling in at Brio in 2 weeks. So that pond there at Brio, they'll start filling that in roughly about 2 weeks. Any other questions or anything with this one? Okay.
Probably, Mr. Mogul, if at that meeting, if you can get with the UDOT engineer and get the council, kind of just have that conversation about how long it will actually be closed. You know, we understand that it takes them a certain amount of time, but we need to know what to plan on. So if they're asking for an extension, let's just see if we can get a hard look at what that is, and maybe bring it forward to the city manager, and then he can maybe give it to the council. It sounds like the council would like to know what those dates are, or at least a much better estimation than what they've, had it to this point.
Yeah, and there's been I'll do that. There's been some conversation, and they have, those dates are what I estimated based on their things and are from their construction times that they submitted, and we'll have those conversations.
Is there any overage cost to them? Like if they go over the contract date, then they would lose so much money per day if it's not completed within that time?
Yeah, that's why UDOT bids it as price plus time, so that way they can hold them to the time element. And if it goes over, there's a certain dollar amount per day for that.
Thank you.
Our next project is the Washington Fields Road extension. This starts from, I say start, but it starts from Warner Valley and it goes down to that bridge to nowhere, where the future Freeport development is, that bridge to nowhere on the Southern Parkway. It started July 17th and it's estimated to be completed in February, about middle of February. Here's just kind of a quick overview of it. You can, just so you kind of have some bearings of where it's located and all. JP Excavation is working on this one. They're cruising along. They have two crews working both on the south end and on the north end. It's a you're talking roughly 2 miles of sewer and water that we're throwing in this. So far they've completed about 2,500 feet of 16-inch water line, and about 8,500 feet of sewer has been installed. 18 manholes have been installed. There's 37 manholes. They've completed about half of them, 18. Then half of the export of dirt is completed. So here's just some construction pictures of it. I can't fly the drone here. It's too close to the airport, so I don't have any aerial photos of this. So this is all ground level here, but you can just kind of see some of the work that's going on there. And they have that hill right by the Stookie debris basin. For the most part, the road's pretty flat, there's not a whole lot of grade to it. You have a hill as you go by the Stookie debris basin, and that's where these cuts are. That's the biggest cut on the project, probably the most complex part of the project.
Is the soil in that area giving any trouble at all?
So far, no. They did I was concerned about blue clay. They did some geotech, the boreholes on the geotech, they went right down the alignment there. I can't remember exactly how many there were. I want to say 10 or 12, and so far it's been pretty good, and the geotech report says it should be pretty good as well. Any questions on this one before we go to the next one?
The materials are coming in they're getting everything. There's no supply chain problems or stuff like that. We're good to go there now.
Yeah, everything so far seems to be coming in pretty good. There's not any huge delays on any of the product. And these don't have any rhyme or reason. I just kind of threw them all together. This one is one that's in the design phase. It's the widening of Buena Vista. I believe we brought this to City Council a few months back. This is widening Buena Vista from the St. George city boundary to the Buena Vista Green Spring intersection. I got two of these photos. This is the one we brought to City Council a few months back. So essentially what we're doing is trying to maintain that same look and feel as you go down and as you go from on Buena Vista. And St. George is called Red Hills Parkway, but as you come into St. George, then it becomes Buena Vista. And so just try to maintain that same look and feel of a 5-lane road that comes in there. Try to open that up a little bit. And let's go to the next one here. And then also adding in the right turn lane right there at the, what's the name of that stop? Minute? Yeah. That spot. Add a right turn lane in there. Hopefully that kind of opens that up a little bit. When you get on the northbound Green Spring, that left turn movement, you get a lot of people who are in that inside lane because that outside lane, it's a trap lane. It pushes you all into that other lane, so everyone just stays in that inside lane on that that northbound left turn movement. So hopefully this kind of opens a little bit up. It's not the solution, but it should help out a lot there. And there's just kind of an aerial view of that, so you can kind of see that we, keep 5 lanes going there down Buena Vista, add where that grass area is right there by the Chevron, just turn that into a right turn pocket. It would require moving the signal pole and just a few utility work, but it shouldn't be too bad.
So this is another project that's designed to help move traffic out of exit 10.
Correct.
I think that's going to help a lot, that right-hand turn lane.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tremendous help right there. Now, did I hear, does the city own where that grass is right there?
I think it's in the works. I don't know.
Or they're in the process? It's yours? Okay, ours.
Yeah, last I had heard it was in the works. So. Any other questions on that? Okay. Next one is raised medians on Telegraph. Again, this isn't the solution to the Telegraph in Green Spring. I think the solution is roll a grenade in there, blow it up, and start over, but we can't do that, so we'll go through a phasing process here, and this is one of the first phases, is to add medians along Telegraph. So you can see it would go roughly from the Albertsons Drive over to 700 West, which is at Walmart, along Telegraph, and then on that south leg of Green Spring, it would go from the intersection down to like that Teriyaki Grill, Home Depot area. And we'd have the raised median would be dialed into the asphalt there, and I think it would help with a lot of our accidents that we have as they come in and out of those businesses there, and kind of help direct traffic to.
Can you zoom that up a little bit?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, probably not. I can't do it with this. There we go. And I did a little snapshot, so it's probably not going to zoom in. It's probably going to be a little pixelated.
So essentially, the biggest problem we have is we have people trying to make left turns across
Correct.
5 lanes of traffic or 4 lanes, and it is super problematic. So this would pretty much make all of those right in, right outs, push people to the signals, like at Walmart and Home Depot. If you want to turn left out of there, you really need to go to the signals. It would help the safety factor there. This is the next step before we actually widen the road, which is the final big step, but it takes out a couple of businesses. And
What does that do for, if you're coming out of Home Depot to the west towards, Little Caesar's Pizza? Can you still make a left-hand turn down towards Costco there?
You'd have to go to the signal coming out of.
You're staying right here at the south end?
Oh,
Because there's no.
you're talking on the south end. Oh, sorry. I thought you were on the north end.
There's no median down that road. It's just down the Telegraph section.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we're kind of playing around with the median along that south leg there. But yeah, and again, this isn't the solution. It's this intersection's in phases, and this would be the first phase of that. Got just a couple aerial shots of it. Mainly just show off my drone, I guess. There you go. That's pretty cool, huh? And then just to kind of give you a very rough level of what that may look like. Oh, the one on that south side didn't show up. But anyway, any other questions with that?
So just one comment. These particular slides on exit 10 didn't make it in our packet. So if you just send those out, then the council will add it to this. We'll have that for future reference.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. let's go to the next one. We got the Telegraph bus stops and sidewalk project. This one is adding sidewalk along Washington Fields Road and along Telegraph, and then also there's 5 bus stop pullouts. And this project is in construction. Skyline Creations is the contractor working on this. And let's go to the next one here. So there's roughly 42,000 square feet of sidewalk. There's 5 bus stop pullouts, and there's roughly about 3,000 feet of curb that was installed. I believe all the sidewalk and curb and gutter is completed, and the contractor is just working on the bus stop pullouts. And you can see they're working on the one right at the clubhouse at Cherokee Springs RV Park. That was as of last Friday. They were installing that one there. The other one that they're working on is right across the street from the Turner Turf Farm. And I think they have, the other bus stop is the one in front of Walmart. They're not doing any changes to the sidewalk there. They're just gonna restripe that one, and so there's 2 more to do, 2 more bus stops to construct.
Is this the same contractor that did the sidewalk down Telegraph all the way down? Okay.
Yep. So, if there's no other questions, we'll move on from this one. The next one is the 3650 South Interchange project. So it's anticipated to start on September 25th and is a 228-day project, taking the close out of that to be we'll say middle of May. Since this project has federal dollars attached to it, there's the Buy America. The contractors have to, any metal that they purchase for the project, they have to show documentation that it was manufactured in America, so that it's Buy America. And with that, there was some tortoises. So then let me back up a little bit. During construction, they found some tortoises in that area. And and we anticipated tortoises being there. Anyway, they have to put up a tortoise fence as part of construction, and the fence that they were going to purchase didn't meet Buy America, so they have to make sure it meets Buy America, showing that it was all manufactured. Anyway, that's not going to get here till about the middle of September, so that's why the date is pushed back to September 25th, and so just playing all those games.
Does anybody remember when they built Tuacahn and what they had to do with the tortoise thing out there? So we'll have to discuss that later. Interesting. So
I think tortoises respect fences built with American steel. I saw a tortoise with a little American flag on its back, so they're pretty patriotic.
Oh, they're patriotic. You give them a gun and a bandana, they turn into Rambo.
That Chinese steel, they just walk right through, so we're glad.
Let's see here. So just kind of an overview of the project, just to kind of throw some numbers here. Let me see. So it has about 115,000 cubic yards of roadway excavation. So 3650 South or George Washington Boulevard will go under the Southern Parkway. The Southern Parkway will be raised about 3 or 4 feet. You got to have 16.5 feet of clearance underneath, and just to make all that work, Southern Parkway will be raised about 3 or 4 feet. So with all of that, there will be about 115,000 cubic yards of excavation. There will be about 9,500 tons of asphalt being placed with this. And Interstate Rock, is that right? Yeah, Interstate Rock is a contractor that was awarded this bid. And then there's just some aerial views to just kind of envision that interchange going in there and how it will tie in with that new extension of 3650 south of George Washington Boulevard that was put in. Any other questions with this? Okay, we'll go to the last slide, which is traffic signals. So we're anticipating about 3 traffic signals being placed this year. One at George Washington Boulevard, 240 West, one at Telegraph, 1100 East, and the other one up there at Washington Parkway and Grapevine Crossing. These are in design, either in design or warrant study is being done on these. So just to kind of give you an overview of where those are. That one at Telegraph 1100 East, you kind of don't envision that lining up very well, but with that sidewalk project, they did a curb return on that, so you can kind of see where, kind of big scale of where 1100 East is going to line up and how that lines up with the south leg of 1100 East. And it actually kind of lines up a little bit better than you think, because
That final alignment came from buying the property there. I think it's Winter Haven or one of them, just in that last section to align, correct?
Yeah, yep.
Paul, will you have to widen a section of that road when we put in the signal? Because it feels like it's going to be hard to get from this side over to that side.
Yeah.
From north to south.
Correct. And yes, we'll put in we'll do like a 200-300 foot extension to the north of 1100 East, and then taper that over to where it is until we eventually widen 1100 East.
Is this light needed right now?
It's under study right now.
I just look at it going, yeah, we might need it, but there's like 0 traffic coming from the south right now. So that's why I'm asking, like, out of the priorities, I would say this is the lowest how I look at it, but
right.
I was just curious I don't think we budgeted for 3 lights this year, did we?
We anticipate, I think we had 2 of them.
We usually budget 2 to 3 lights every year. If it doesn't meet warrants, we won't put it in, like we've talked about before, but you have quite a bit of traffic coming south and trying to turn left off of from the north.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I've been trying to get that widened right there forever, right? Since I've been on planning commission. So I think it's something we need to look at and work with the group that owns the property to see if it makes sense to get a little corner to help when we do the light. I think it should be something we should look at. I mean, it doesn't have to be a lot, but it needs to be a couple hundred feet so that we can.
Right, and we do own the right of way for that.
Not at 200 feet.
Going up 1100 East.
Yeah, I think we own where the asphalt is, right?
No, we own over quite a bit. We're looking into that. That's why we were.
That would be great.
Curb return and all that stuff, we're trying to place that in the right location, make sure we're staying inside of our right of way and all that.
And if I can just tag on right here, just because it's in my department, the Turners have actually hired a company. They're really starting to go through plans and everything, and they're going to start developing that. I mean, sooner than what we thought. I thought they would be longer, but I've had that representative in the office 2 or 3 times already, playing things out and rolling over, and to let you know that the ash that's on this side of Telegraph right there, their plans, I think they're pulling their permits really soon. Their groundwork's just about done. So that big apartment complex right there off of Buena Vista Drive that comes off of, not Buena Vista, Bella Vista, right there, that's going to start building up.
And I agree. I just am surprised this one's coming up before
Some
light on
others.
Bella Vista. Like, I would think that one would come first because there's way more traffic on that road. It's just a question. I don't know.
Right. And we're doing the warrant study. We're verifying and making sure we're making sure we're trying to place them in the right place. And we're anticipating, as over the next couple of years, like Mayor or City Manager Red mentioned, that we're probably over the next couple of years, we're anticipating 2 or 3 signals. As we're growing, we're seeing the need and the impact and the need for the signals. So we're anticipating 2 or 3 signals for each year for the next couple of years anyway.
Maybe I missed it, but what's the time frame for the remodel on the Washington Parkway Grapevine?
That one, the time,
Like, aren't we doing a light in an intersection there?
So it's in design right now, but that needs to come out and be turned into a signalized intersection. It was a fantastic roundabout when there was just one Maverick sitting out there. It's not working as well now. So
So
we
that's
need to
probably
get
in
that
the next
done
year or two.
before that fourth leg starts to see very much traffic, 'cause it's already.
yeah, it's in this fiscal year. We're planning on doing that.
Okay.
The MPO does some traffic modeling. This one, as development comes in there, that roundabout blows up and can't handle the development that's anticipated to come there. So
So it'll just be a regular intersection with
Yeah.
yeah, we're
lights.
anticipating dual lefts on all 4 legs.
It should be a pretty wide, nice intersection, and we're really hoping to save the trees and use those trees somewhere else and the signage, because it still needs to be an entrance to the community. So we'll look at that as we design it, try to really keep that feel of an entrance to the community at exit 13. But unfortunately, it's not a great traffic moving roundabout as it is. So.
I like it. I go through it every day. And I drive the speed limit through it. I love it. I mean, I know it does blow it up. I don't want to be tearing it out too soon, I guess, because I think it works. I know we have a lot of accidents on it, though.
Don't want to tear it out too soon. You don't want to wait until
Want it just right,
super
Jeremy.
busy and then we're tearing it up, because then it's really a problem. But
Right, it's that
it's
game
perfect
of
timing.
being either proactive or reactive, and so
Yeah, I kind of agree with
hope you're on the
Councilman Coates.
proactive end.
Let's make sure, but have any of you had the opportunity of driving on 3 and 4 lane roundabouts in Europe or South
Just
America?
go for it.
Man, it's just gas and go.
Just confidence.
Close your eyes and see what happens.
I hope you don't close your eyes.
Any other questions for Mr. Mogul? Would you just give us a brief update on slurry seal projects, what we have to look forward to this next year? Any roads that are of a concern or conditions, or any of all the rain that we've had that's created some slough offs or some weakening of our roads? Anything like that?
Yeah, so 2000 south, that road is terrible. So we're anticipating, we just don't have a whole lot of budget, but we're anticipating splitting that one up into a couple phases. Andy Stevens could probably give a better report on it.
Doesn't St. George own the south side of that? Is it 2,000 down towards 3,000 east, or?
So 2000 south,
Oh, okay.
It's 2000 Sandia.
yeah,
So
yeah,
one
it turns
thing-
into Sandia and then
Yeah.
at the Mall Drive intersection.
Okay.
One thing I want to look at, and I don't know if it's feasible, but we've had complaints about the right turn, which I know is St. George's intersection, right there on Sandia and Mall Drive.
Oh, okay.
There's just, I don't know what the traffic is, but a lot of our community head to work that way off of Sandia, and they turn right, and it's just a short little right, but they're making it a 2-lane straight through. So I feel like we almost need another lane for a free right, but it's weird because it's St. George's intersection, but it's our road that's hitting it, and they just built the bank next door. Like, there's power boxes there, but that's a potential problem right there.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those weird intersections. I think the city boundaries get a little weird right there. I think we only have that northeast corner, but yeah, it's a
But I'm
problem.
just-
And I think St. George has something, in talking with them about that, it seemed like they had something that was in the works here pretty soon.
Well, I think they're doing a slurry project, but and they're widening the stuff that across from Lynn's.
Yeah,
But our intersection, they're just, I don't know. I'm
you're
just
talking that north leg. That's ours. Yeah.
keeps down into that intersection, and I truly feel like we need a free right because of all that traffic is turning right to go to work. A lot of it.
Right.
And so it gets hung up when people are sitting at the light and waiting, is what I'm seeing. But like I said, it'd have to be studied and see if it's even feasible with all the existing infrastructure around.
Right.
Maybe we can do a bypass, like flyover freeway crossed over the bank or something.
Nice. I like it. So yeah, 2000 South is high on our radar. It's replacing the asphalt from, I think, Washington Fields Road to 20 East. Would be the first phase of that, and then just kind of slowly work through there. That one, we're putting together some thoughts and plans together on that. I think the plans have already been kind of drawn up for that. The slurry project, we'll start here in the next month or two, start putting together the plans for that and put that out to bid.
And that's a rotational schedule, right?
Right.
I have a question. So really quick, I get a lot of people asking me about manhole covers and how we can make those level with the roads, so you're not having to get in alignment every time you accidentally hit one. So I told people I would ask, so I'm asking.
Talking about doing like a concrete collar around them rather than just not putting that concrete color, so it's
Flush with the top.
I share that same sentiment.
So the city in Washington changed that they don't actually do concrete collars anymore. So they do an insert and they actually pave over, which has helped with that. They're one of the only cities around here that does that. So any new development, you'll see there's no concrete collars around them anymore. And you get that settlement just with traffic and some of the bad soils we have, and you get those, like 3000 is a great example of all those manholes are sticking up because they didn't move, but the road all did. So I like the process we do here because it does help with the settlement as much as you can, but it does happen sometimes around manholes.
Just like Buena Vista is the one that people hit me up with a lot. That's a brand new road, and it was recessed when they put the asphalt in. So, and I hit that one almost every day. So yeah.
Do they set them a little higher so that when we repave eventually that they're level? Because I've noticed that it's not just there. It's kind of, when you hit them, you know it. But they just maybe a quarter of an inch higher than the asphalt. There's not a reason for that, is there?
Well, the problem is as you get those rollers right up to those manholes, you don't want to hit them because then you obliterate the manhole, and so it's kind of a workability problem from a contractor standpoint.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Mogul, council? Letting him off easy, is that it? Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Appreciate it. Drew?
I need to make a correction. We actually do have that ordinance on tonight for that awning.
Yeah, we do.
Tara went and put it on. I forgot that we talked about doing
It's
that.
8B.
So you do not have to wait. You can do whatever you need to do tonight and vote on it and be done with it.
We'll have the discussion and have them make the motion tonight, but we'll have plenty of time to discuss it. It's 8B. We're anticipating that someone will be here. So, without anything else, motion to adjourn our workshop meeting.
So moved.
Made by Councilman Martinson,
I'll second.
by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Stand adjourned until 6 p.m. for our regular council meeting. September 13th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Tonight, we have a special guest to offer our invocation, Major Bob Schmig from the Salvation Army. Major.
Well, thank you for having me, and it's appropriate that I'm on this day because we just moved our location over to right behind Sonic there, so we're located in Washington now. We serve all of Washington County, but it's good to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for this privilege to look to you for guidance in all that we do. I pray for your blessing upon those who are here, that you give them the wisdom that they need. I pray that you'll bless Washington and Utah and keep all of our leaders safe. And Lord, we love you, and we just pray for an orderly time right now. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We appreciate the Interfaith Council and you being here tonight. Thank you. Would you like to introduce your wife while you're right there?
I would, yeah. I'm Major Bob Schmig. This is my wife, Major Karen Schmig. She worked alongside of me in the Salvation Army. So.
We appreciate what you do, and we're very happy you're in Washington.
Thank you.
You've seen the light, as a lot of other people have. Thank you. We also have a special guest with us tonight that's going to be offering our Pledge of Allegiance. This is Washington Elementary 5th grade student Penny Sevi.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Penny, thank you for leading us in the pledge. I'm going to ask you a favor. You can stay there at the microphone. I'm going to ask you a favor. Would you please share with us your essay that you read? Yours was the winning essay at Washington Elementary for their Hero Day Assembly. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. It is. And would you share that with us?
Yeah.
You would. You come prepared for that. You take your time and take all the time that you need and just relax, and we'd enjoy hearing it.
Every September 11th, we remember and honor heroes. But what makes a hero? A hero can be many different things, but for me, a hero is someone who gives up time, money, and maybe even their life, especially to give us freedom. A hero can also be simply someone you really admire, look up to, and respect. Someone I think of as my hero is my great-grandfather, Samuel Clyde Mitchell. His last name is where I got my middle name. The biggest reason I call my great-grandpa a hero is because he served in the Navy during World War II in the North Atlantic, Mediterranean, and Pacific on the USS Alcor, USS Alabama, and USS Cape Gloucester. Between 1942 and 1945, he joined the Navy after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He went on to earn 6 ribbons and 9 stars. His rank was a signalman. He sent and received messages and directions using lights, flags, and Morse code. He also took black and white pictures that he colored by hand of the aftermath of the atomic bombs in Japan. Another reason he is my hero is because of the way he rose above his difficult childhood circumstances. His parents separated when he was very young, and he left behind his mother and 3 siblings when he hid in the trunk of his father's car when his father moved to another state. He was on his own most of the time growing up because his father was usually either working or not well. He dropped out of school after the 9th grade, and then his father passed away when my great-grandpa was 18 years old. However, he overcame these challenges and became resourceful, independent, self-sufficient, and self-taught, with a family and business of his own. He demonstrated strength and courage right up to the end of his life when he fought cancer for over 2 years after only being given weeks to live. Those are the reasons why my great-grandfather is my hero. I hope to honor his memory as I carry on his last name, and that I will also carry on some of the same heroic qualities he had.
Kenny? Yeah, we're not quite done with you yet, buddy. Come back up. You know, we want to thank you for sharing that story. You know, I had 5 uncles that served in World War II as well, and they have a special place in my heart as well. Thank you for sharing. So would you just tell a little bit about the process that you went through at this school, to what your thought process was to write on what you did and how you prepared and what you've learned from this experience?
So I wanted to base it off a heritage essay I did in 4th grade because I thought my great-grandfather would be great since I knew a lot about him, and it would be a little easier for me to do research, and I really liked doing it. And one thing I've learned is how to order and how to do it, and how my great-grandfather was a very brave man.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, you have your parents with you today. Would you ask them to come up? We'd like to meet them as well. I understand this is Andrea and Steve Penny. Is that right? Penny. Okay, so we're going to come down for a picture, and then we just have a really small token of appreciation that we'd like to give to you. Would that be okay? Council, would you join us for a picture, please? And Jordan, can you help us out with that?
Thanks.
So we've got this is a Washington City ITAC. We can put it on a jacket or a coat. And then we've got this right here to help you remember your grandpa, your great grandpa. All right? There you go. Find your windows. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. You'll never convince me that our generations today aren't as good as any that we've ever had. Thank you for being here. Okay, moving along. I'm looking for an approval of the agenda, if someone would like to make that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda with moving item 8A and 9A right after the consent agenda.
8A and 9A, you'd like to move those 2 items up in the agenda?
Yes.
To what place? Like
Right after the consent agenda.
For consent. Okay, so 8A.
Councilman, can I add one element to that? Item 7C, well, you moved items 8A. If
You're saying 7 what?
I would ask that item 7C, because it's a continued public hearing that's had council present both times, if we could just move 7C to be called before 7A.
Held before 7A?
Correct.
Okay. I'll amend my motion to move up 7C before 7A.
The attorney that's present also needs to get to a planning commission across the county, so just trying to recognize that they've sent an attorney twice now, and
well, should we move it?
I don't know that you need to move it ahead of anything else, but just the first of the public hearings.
So if I understand this correctly, your motion is that you'd like to move agenda items 7C and 7A to be just behind the consent agenda. Is that the extent of your motion?
No, my motion is to move item 7C before 7A and move item 8A and 9A just after the consent agenda.
Okay. So we're going to be doing 7A before C and moving 8A and 8-9 just after consent. Okay, that's the motion. We give a second. Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The agenda is so amended. We do not have need to go into closed session tonight. Do have a few community announcements that will take place between now and our next council meeting. The first one is, council, you'll all notice that you've been invited to the Washington County Administration Building's dedication tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then they have asked for a elected pitcher at 9:15, if you can be there for that. And then we have a Utah Tech University Heritage Cove ribbon cutting on Saturday, September 16th at 9:30, and this will be held near the Holland building, just out in front there by the Buffalo. And we also have Utah Tech University, the State of the University address by President Biff Williams. That's September 20th at 11 a.m. in the Cox Auditorium. If you can make that, they do a real nice job. They kind of share out what it looks like for their upcoming year, and they share some of the projects and buildings that are going to be going on there. And then the last announcement that I have is this has been Constitution Week. And Constitution Week is to commemorate the 1787 adoption of the U.S. Constitution. That was on September 17th, which is my son's birthday, a special day to me, in 1787. This is where the founding fathers signed the most influential document in world history, in my viewing, and definitely in American history. We're all very thankful for them and everyone that holds the Constitution dear. Are there any other announcements that the council would like to add to that?
Mayor, I have one.
Please.
There is a walk to prevent suicide. The U.S. Walk to Prevent Suicide is happening on 23rd of September. The check-in down at Sullivan Park is where the check-in will be, and that's where the walk will be. So the check-in will be at 9 a.m. on that 23rd of September. The walk start time will be at 10 a.m. on that same day, and it's sponsored by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So you can just Google that, get any more information. If you want to register for it, go ahead and register for it, but just inviting everybody to that.
Appreciate that, a very worthy cause. Okay, any other announcements from the council? Okay, do we have agenda item number 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts? I know you've reviewed the agenda. Anything that any of you wish to declare? Seeing none, our next agenda item is a proclamation. This reading of a proclamation in an effort to increase awareness of the anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. If you'll bear with me. Washington City Proclamation. Whereas September 17th, 2023 marks the 236th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas the Constitution is the guiding document of the greatest nation in the history of the world. And a template that other nations have replicated. And whereas the Constitution protects American citizens from government intrusion, ensuring rights that are guaranteed by God and that cannot be stifled by man. And whereas the Constitution established the United States of America as a constitutional republic where citizens are represented by those of whom they elect. And whereas the Constitution has withstood the test of time and continues to inspire peoples and nations around the world. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem Kurt Ivey of Washington City, do hereby express sincere gratitude and reverence for the Constitution of the United States of America and designate the week of September 17th till September 23rd, 2023 as Constitution Week in Washington City, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to recognize and celebrate this foundational and divine document. Let us teach it, learn of it, live by it, and hold dear our elected officials to its standards, and hold our elected officials to its standards. May it guide our nation for centuries to come. In witness thereof, I hereto have set my hand and caused to be affixed the great seal of Washington City, Utah, this 13th day of September 2023. Thank you. Okay, council, we now move to the consent agenda, where we are looking at approval of the minutes, in consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 8/23/23 and 8/30/23. A board audit report, which consideration to approve the board audit report from August 2023. Council, when you're ready, we'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
So moved by Councilwoman Casperson. Can we have a second? Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. We are now going to move the agenda to 8A. Which is 8A is an ordinance, which is a continuation of consideration to approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-23-05 to change from residential low density LD to neighborhood commercial NCOM located approximately at Washington Fields Road and Merrill Road. The applicant for this agenda item is Rosenberg and Associates and Mino Properties. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think I'll just back up. I think I'll just hit that first paragraph because we had this on the agenda. The item was tabled on August 23rd with the council members asking to wait on their decision until after the open house, which was held 2 weeks ago. The focus of the open house meeting was centered around general plan land use and the update that will be taking place sometime in 2024. Council members were hoping to find some direction that may help them during this open house event. So again, I'll remind the council, the Planning Commission, by a vote of 3-2, recommended approval of G-23-05 to amend the general plan land use map from the current low density residential to the proposed neighborhood commercial designation as outlined in the exhibits that you've seen on that corner of Merrill and Washington Fields Road. So I'm glad to answer any questions you might have between then, or if you're just ready to move into your motion. So
I'm ready to make a motion that we approve item 8A for amending the general plan amendment G-23-05 from residential low density to neighborhood commercial on the corner of Washington Fields Road and Merrill Road.
We have a motion by Councilman Coates. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
By Councilman Henderson. Let's do a roll call vote on this. Councilman Martinson? Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
Councilman Coates? Councilman Ivy is an aye. Councilwoman Casperson?
Aye.
That motion carries. 8A passes. Thank you. We'll now move to agenda item 9A, which is also a resolution. This is a consideration to approve a resolution authorizing the Solar Still 1A and Solar Still 1B projects, second amendment and restated transaction schedules under the Master Firm Power Supply Agreement with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems, UAMPS. Our power director, Rick Hansen, will present this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thanks for moving me up. This item has been brought before the council 2 times previously, the Steel Solar project. The reason why we're here is there was some modifications done to the agreement between UAMPS and the developer. One of them, the developer is able to take advantage of some tax credits that weren't available when it was first done, and then UAMPS gets a site for a potential battery storage, as well as some different changes in if we have to curtail the output from the plant. So I think it's favorable for both parties. but since it changed that agreement, we have to bring it back to all the governing boards. The price point didn't change, and they're both scheduled to be online by the end of the year.
Council, any questions for Mr. Henson?
I just want to make a comment that it went through the power board and the power board recommended approval for this. I think it makes sense. It helps them out and works good for us. So
Appreciate that. Councilman Coast does a great job representing Power Board to the council. We appreciate his work there. And Rick, thankful that there's no price increases on that. It was just kind of some technical clarification.
Yeah. Like I said, I think it made it more beneficial for both parties.
Any other questions for Mr. Henson at all? Thank you. Any other discussion, council? Let's have a motion then on 9A. If someone's ready to make that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll do that. I move that we approve a resolution authorizing the Steel Solar 1A and Steel Solar 1B projects, Second Amendment, and restated transaction schedule under the Master Firm Power Supply Agreement with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems.
Okay, Councilman Henderson has the motion. There's a second. Second by Councilman Coates. Councilman Henderson, roll call vote.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
aye.
I am an aye. Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
And Councilman Martinson.
Aye.
That carries.
Thank you.
It's approved as well. Thank you. Okay, that brings us back to agenda item 6A, which is a continuation of consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Estates Phases 1 and 2 located at approximately Florence Drive and Desert Cactus Drive. The applicant is Sunwood Homes, and our city planner, Eldon Gibb, will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Pro Tem, Council. I'll also just hit this first item as it was tabled. This item was tabled during the August 23rd, 2023 City Council meeting to give the applicant time to update the preliminary plat. The preliminary plat has been updated and is ready to move forward with updates to the plat showing the following. The townhome development removed from all pages. Rock wall details have been shown on page C7. A no disturbance line was added to the west end of the project. You can see that on page C2. And the type and material of fence to be used to maintain the no disturbance areas has been added, which is seen on page C2. Condition number 16 has been updated to reflect the fencing material to include orange plastic fence, approximately 36 inches tall. And the Planning Commission heard this on August 16th, 2023, and recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2 subdivision. And that was on to the City Council based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. And Mayor Pro Tem, would you like me to read those additional conditions outside of our original? Okay. Condition 13 states lot 232, 233, 234, and 235 shall be graded as shown in the exhibit to meet the slope stability standards and reduce hillside cutting. A slope stability certificate report for these lots shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning with final plat application showing compliance. Condition 14, prior to final plat application, a compliance certificate for all of the rockery walls shall be submitted to Planning and Zoning showing they have been built per design and meet compaction requirements. Condition 15, a no disturbance fence shall be installed as shown in the exhibit behind lots 215 through 236 and 135 and 136, and this will ensure this open area remains undisturbed. This no disturbance fence shall be maintained, monitored, and strictly enforced throughout construction of the site. The no disturbance fence shall be orange plastic fence and approximately 36 inches tall. Condition 16, a no disturbance fence shall be installed on the west end of Florence Drive, running north to south all along this development and tying into the no disturbance fence south of lot 215 to ensure this hillside area between Florence Drive and Bella Vista Drive remains undisturbed. This no disturbance fence shall be maintained, monitored, and strictly enforced throughout the construction of the site. The no disturbance fence shall be orange plastic fence and approximately 36 inches tall. Condition 17, prior to final plat application, all of the grading disturbance areas, which can be seen in the purple shading, identified in the open space area on page C10, shall be restored with rockery walls and planted / hydro-seeded material that is native to the area. There shall be no hillside scarring visible, and all restoration efforts shall be complete. And lastly, condition 18, bonding for the rockery walls, landscaping, and revegetation mitigation restoration efforts behind lots 215 through 236 and 135 through 136 shall be approved by Public Works in conjunction with construction drawing submittal. Construction shall not start, nor any dirt be moved until such bonding is in place. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Alden. Council, any questions or comments?
No, not from Alden. I'd like to speak to the applicant if we get a sec.
Okay. So nothing, Alden. So,
James Jessup, representing the group of the developers.
So James, I appreciate you taking the time to get these maps. They look a lot better. So I wanted to have a candid discussion with you and your group on some things. Some of the things that I've struggled with on this is just the potential scar that we would see. Elevated scar, cut scars. And so I've gone back and forth lots of times, looked at it, went back and forth. I know I met with you over a year ago and we looked at it and I was like, these are my concerns. One of the questions I have is there a wall over 8 feet being installed? Because the rock walls say up to 18 feet, but.
Right. Well, we decided to do the slope with more of the rock placement, and then it slopes up to a wall. Randy, I don't know if I saw anything over 8 feet.
So I just want to ask that question first, if there's anything over 8 feet.
Yeah.
Brandy Walker, Civil Science. To clarify, are you referring to the hillside area?
I am.
Because those tall walls are down behind the existing townhouse.
I am only talking the south rim. Correct. I'm not concerned about the walls on the north side. If those are taller walls.
No, yeah. There's
okay, so the area I'm discussing, I just want to be clear. I am good. From my perspective, I am fine with the density. I am fine with the way it's laid out. I don't want this little bit of legacy I have on council to all of a sudden that scar is what I'm going to be known for, is that I approved something that's up there that's bad. You do phenomenal work, James. I've seen you do it. You do great rock walls. I know you do. I'm just nervous that we're not going to do it right. And we only get one chance to do it right. So that's where I'm struggling. And I'm going to tell you the two things I'm struggling with is, one, the walls on the back, and then the landscaping on the backside. You say it'll be hydro-seed. I know it doesn't work. I mean, I've done it lots of times over the years. It has to be like, yeah, it might have worked this year with all the rain we got, but what if we're done, you know? So
right.
It just depends. And I told you last meeting the hydro-seed, or how you're going to do it. It's just not irrigated. We've made other groups irrigate it if they're going to do something there. So I'm open to suggestions. I want to have a candid conversation and figure this out, but I'm super concerned about seeing that scar.
Right.
Could we do something like a riprap on some of those?
That's what we want to do, is little eyebrow walls that actually take the pitch. So if you look at the slope that is, as you go down 300, that is a very steep slope. Hydro-seed can't sit on that area. But if you do eyebrow walls mixed with riprap areas that kind of tie in, if we could pull it up on Google Map, Drew, is that possible? We could pull up an aerial of Google?
We can. So, so one of the thoughts I had, and it's just a thought, is that what if we did more of the basalt rock that we're going to take care of and do, that's why I'm saying 8, but step the walls. And I like your eyebrow walls, but maybe
Right.
it's something more, because the way we're going to see it is looking up at it.
Right.
And if we can help not have a slope.
Create these benches.
Yeah.
But not necessarily just a big long.
No.
You can create these little 3 foot within that slope coming up to the 8 feet. And it's kind of like what we did on Brio. As you go up Brio Parkway in that ravine off to the left as you drive up, you've got the main retaining along the backs of those walls, but those little eyebrow walls take the pitch and it will hold the hydro seed. It'll hold any seeding much, much better. It's not this clay slope that just sheets off the hydro seed if we can flatten.
And I know it helps, but I don't want the hydro seed. I don't think it's going to work.
Okay.
Me personally, I think it's a waste of money for you, and it's a waste, and we'll just have tumbleweeds there.
Okay.
And so that's just my experience, is that it just doesn't work unless you literally irrigate it and have a sprinkling system. And we don't want that because of the soil issues that we have up there.
Well, I do think the eyebrow walls will mitigate a lot of what you're concerned.
What do we do in between the eyebrow walls? Is it a different type of basalt rock that some areas are landscape with some boulders versus some that aren't?
Yeah. Like 1 foot minus. If we do these, that's why I wanted to kind of pull up the Google, the aerial view, and we could look on the back side. You'll see these like fingers of just lava runoff. And it's like what we did in Canto for Walt Plum out there, is where we built these. You take your 1 foot minus and 2 foot, and you actually create these lava kind of worms kind of going up, and then they tie into the walls. And those really tie into what the existing look is. So you've got basalt walls, but then you also have these worms of lava that tie into what is right there already in the native area.
But what are we going to do in between?
You mean in the landscape dirt? If we can kick that up to even 2 to 1 with these eyebrow walls in between rip-wrapping in areas, I think it would be able to seed. Whether it's hydro seed or if there's another type you recommend, we would be open for it. But I think the more important is not having it so steep that whatever you put there runs off, it can hold and have time to vegetate. And it is in an area that once our retaining walls are in, then there's not going to be traffic down in there. It's going to be what it is. So you're not going to have a lot of disturbance, I guess, in that area.
So let me ask you another question that came up is we talked about I asked you last meeting if these are 2-story houses or not.
Right.
A lot of the developments around there have CCNRs that only single story can be on the ridge lines. So my question is, are you open to not having the 2 stories on every one? Like, is there something that, because that affects the ridgeline look?
Yeah,
and
it does.
Maybe I should read the Hillside Ordinance real quick. This is number 2 of the Hillside Ordinance. It says, protect and preserve a visual resource which are significantly valued to the community. Such resources include, but are not limited to, major hillsides, hilltops, ridges, and ridgelines, knolls, mesas. I don't know how to read that word. Cuestas and escarpments, boulder outcroppings and large boulders, canyons, natural drainage areas, and other areas of historical and visual significance. Retain the integrity and significant on-site and off-site views to or from these resources. And that means a lot to me, that these are ridges that we protect. Now, this one is a sag in the area, and I can understand why you're building it. Is there any way we can lower it a little bit and help with that, with the site?
It is already the lowest point of the ridge. And Bella Vista has 2 stories, and so does the area. Both sides of us have 2-story.
Let me reframe. Can you make your development a little bit lower to help with some of these walls? I don't, because you have a massive wall in the back, and I'm just asking. I'm sure there's reasons why you've done it that way.
Right. We are, you mean like lower, even lower?
I mean, take
in
all the
that
lots
saddle?
and just bring the road down altogether, so it's not such a high wall on the backside.
I do think if you're looking from, say, this point and you're looking up a wall right there, rather than seeing houses right, because it's a long, long slope. And if you see a tapered right there, the wall's gonna actually hide more of those houses because it's an abrupt edge. Versus if I lower it down, I'll be able to see up that whole slope and then into the backyards of these houses. So it actually helps hide some of the house having these walls, the retaining walls, especially if they're only 8 feet. I could see if they were over 8 feet, that might start to look like a real ledge, a big ledge. But an 8 foot, really, if you look at on that very picture to the left, the
But
natural
you have an 8 foot
rock
and then
walls are 8 feet.
Yeah, you have an 8 foot plus a slope. So it's more than 8 feet. I was just trying to get away from more of that slope on that edge.
And yes, with the eyebrows, so yes, the further away you get, you're gonna see dirt or rock. That's what you're gonna see from as close to this hillside as anybody can get, which is that neighborhood across the street. So yes, I agree. The more eyebrows that we can pick up and maybe make it look more like what's right here on the left of the picture, to where you're having flat spots mixed with maybe a lot of rock in certain areas that look a little more rip-rappy. I think that's what's going to make the hillside look like what's there right now.
So let me interject right there. I think one of the differences for me personally is that you do have ridge, and we can see that there. This is a saddle, a natural saddle. And that saddle is very visible from all points south, from Sullivan clear down to Nichols Peak and beyond. So I think where I'm at is protecting that saddle as part of what looks to be a lot of our responsibility in protecting scenic vistas and trying to maintain those for the benefit of Washington City as a whole. So to me, I know that we've had discussion about, the hill, how single story, 2-story, I know where the road is. I know it's going to be very difficult to pull those back up so that there's no interference with that natural saddle. But that's what makes it unique to me, is that it is a saddle, which is considered a ridge line, only it's a saddle. So just to be clear, that's kind of where I'm at, so we can have the discussion. That I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Where we have to tie in to Florence Drive with this upper road, right where we tie in, there's already a 20-foot cut on, if you're looking from the freeway side, so taking that and folding it down and I think it would actually help that view.
I think where I'm at is more looking just from the view to the south, because that is, other than a few houses been built right on top, it's quite pristine. There's not a lot of interruption in that hillside at the ridge or down. So that's what I don't know the north side as well. I can't visualize what that looks like, but that's just my thoughts on that south side. It's a ridge line that everyone will recognize. They see it. It's a beautiful natural saddle that it's part of your project. So that's why I feel like it's important that we discuss it in detail. So,
well, and it was important for the hillside too. I mean, that's why we've gone through the extensive renderings and had a landscape architect on this, and even had the landscaper on hillside. Has gone through and had a lot of input on just what Craig is talking about. How are we going to make those eyebrow walls, and how are we going to tie these in to where when you're looking from the other neighborhood, what do you see right there? We really want it to match what is on both sides of what's there on this site.
So Councilman Coates referenced the hillside zone. I know that you've seen it, but this is referenced in several parts of this code. Number 6 talks about protect the inherent scenic value of the proposed projects. And then it talks about health, safety, and general welfare of the residents while protecting and preserving significant scenic resources for the long-term benefit of Washington City as a whole. So there's been some consideration and discussion about this coming forward. So tell me, is right now the plan to build 2-story homes in that saddle area? Is that kind of what your plan is right now?
With the size of lots that we have and really with the clay, I mean, it is better to shorten the footprint because we will have 17-foot overexes on it.
That ridge is going to have a little better clay than down below, right?
Right, yeah, so we are requesting to build 2-story houses here. They won't be, I mean, there's 3-story everywhere. But there are 2-story on both sides of us. Ridge Point, is it Ridge Point? There and in Bella Vista, there's actually some really large 2-stories up there. And I would say they're in as big of a view corridor or more than we are as far as the entire city goes.
The only thing that I agree with you that there's some bigger homes, but they're all off the ridge a little bit. They're not, I mean, there's a couple that are right on it, but
yeah.
But I feel like you're building a ridge outside of the ridge because your road is your high point of the ridge.
Our road is what?
At the high point of the ridge, and you're building your lots off the edge of the ridge.
Well, that, you know, if you go up there, that slope goes back halfway into the neighborhood. I mean, halfway into that slope. We're really bringing it out enough to do an 8-foot wall. I mean, we do these 8-foot cap walls.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the
so
contours.
many developments around here, and it really does bring a clean line that I can landscape up against. It actually allows me to do a better job of cleanup, because when that slope comes all the way up like that, it's really hard to make that blend in very well.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that whole back row of lots is being pushed off the edge right now in your plan. The high point's kind of where the road is, even where it slopes up and slopes back down. That's all I was saying.
Our high point's Florence, right? That is the high point, and then it slopes a gradual slope down. The saddle drops off quicker, so we'll be filling it, like you say, the 8 feet, but it's a gradual slope from where we tie into Florence down to 1100. And a lot of that has to do with utilities too as well. I mean, if you drop that way down, you still got to sewer those units that are in the bowl of that. So it's as little slope from Florence as we possibly could grade to and still flow out with storm drain, with sewers, and with all of our utilities out that end. I don't think we want to leave that in a hole in the saddle. It invites the water off the back of that hillside. Right now, we'll be capturing it and pulling it forward to the road, catching it in storm drain grates and roadways and running it down to our pond. But we really have graded that as minimal. Well, like I said, we had 16-foot walls. We dropped everything down. We've even dropped it down to where we tie into 1100 so that we could do exactly what you guys are concerned about. And this all was from the recommendation of the hillside. Right. And that's, Brandy brought up a good point, is even on the lots, as you're looking at the ridge here, we've lowered that as low as we can possibly do. As we go around and tie into 1100, those we've had to make walk-ups, because you have a hillside going down here, but then you got a hillside going the opposite direction. But it is a juggling act to mediate. Oh, we've got this one that's high and this one that's low, and then we're jumping back up, and we still need to tie into Florence. That right now is a really big scar from this side. Putting this road in and cutting these lots in are going to help all of that area clean up. It really will. Like, it'll build a flat road from where Bella Vista Drive is going down, and so you can see we drop off significantly, but we are going as flat as we possibly can around to tie into 1100 East. So if we drop that down in, it puts us in a bowl that I'm not sure how we.
That's good explanation.
Utility.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I was just asking because I didn't get a chance. That wasn't in our packet, right?
So, council, I'm wondering
I missed it then.
if you're having some of the same thoughts I am, and you may not be, but it's really kind of abstract to try to see what kind of impact it's going to have on that ridge. I'm wondering if it might be a benefit to set something up to where we can go and look at it, see what, because that's what Hillside does. They go and look at it. I'm not sure that they looked at the aesthetics as much as what maybe we would, but just being able to see where those no disturb lines are and see where a house could sit in that saddle and the height that it would have with its roof, and see down off the south side if that's an impact that matters or not. It's just, this is really hard to try to make a judgment call on something that you can't really see the visual impact. Just my thought, council.
So my thinking is, I think it'll look good. I think it'll clean up some of the scars up there. My only input would be, I don't really like the hydro seeding either, because it doesn't seem to catch very well, to stick.
Okay.
So for me, in those areas where you were planning on hydro seeding, I think I'd rather see just covered with basalt, riprap. I think that would look better and blend in, but looking at the elevations of the ridge line and stuff, I think I'm good with it. So I feel like James has a plan, to kind of match the natural, look of the ridge, and I don't mind saddles that are filled in with basalt rock. I think it looks good. What I don't like are cut scars that aren't mended.
Mitigated.
And so this is a fill, and you're going to cover the fill with
that was
rock.
A really big. James Dotson was the landscaper on this, and this was a big point. He did bring up several, and that is why the big walls got shortened. He liked the eyebrow walls randomly because it softens the slope. We could rip-wrap it if that's a preference, the whole thing. We could leave pockets to where it's pockets of dirt and
Pockets of tumbleweeds and pockets of
Yeah,
tumbleweeds.
or all rock. Sometimes all rock can be more visible than
No, I get what you're
pockets of it. We're open to that. But that area, Rick and James both walked it. I would say we were out there 5 or 6 times walking that. We've shot grades with stakes to show them that, and this is ultimately what they've said. Yeah, we think this would clean up not only the backside, but also the front side. Where Florence Drive is cut in is an absolute scar from the entrance of your city. That does need cleaned up and mitigated.
And it's kind of something that you do as you go too, as you develop your grades and things as you're working with your machines. That's when you kind of see, okay, we're going to move this here and do this and that,
and just
so
feather things in.
Yeah. So I'm okay with it, Mayor Pro Tem.
So Councilman
that's where
Henderson,
I'm
just
at.
to clarify then, the comment that you made would apply to condition 17, where it says, shall be restored with rockery walls and planted hydroseed material. What you're saying is that you'd want it all to be basalt native material rather than the hydroseeding. Is that what you're thinking?
For me, I just don't want to see vast areas of scar trying to hydroseed it, because I know that stuff very rarely sticks.
But that would give you a level of comfort in knowing that it's...
Yeah, just as long as it's covered,
Maybe what we do is I would love your recommendations is maybe we could do 100% riprap. I personally, from what we've done in the past, think that there is some benefit, even if it is tumbleweeds, it's growth. So if it's maybe 80% riprap, and then there's these small little pockets that could get some growth in there. It's not enough that water's gonna run off because it's only 20%. Or we could riprap the whole thing.
And I just use your best judgment.
Right.
Where the council's at on it. Very concerned about hillsides and scars especially. That's what we don't like. Scars that are there forever. So, you guys do a great job. We've all seen your work around town for 20 years or whatever it's been. And
Well, we don't want to be known for a red scar.
No,
on the
you
D-
don't.
on-
Yeah.
On the D rock.
yeah,
We
so
don't-
we trust your
that's
judgment.
not our
but-
interest in
right.
your
So
community.
that's where I'm at.
So James, let me ask you, are you planning on constructing all of phase 2 at one time?
No, well, it depends on the market, really. It has slowed. I would like to grade all of it.
So let me tell you a condition
but-
that we've had on other hillsides is that you can't final plat any of the phase until that
It's all graded and
edge is done. Maybe you don't have to pave it, that's fine, but if you're gonna,
We'd be open
but
to
any
that.
of the mitigation along the edge, that would be another condition I would have to have for me to move forward is that any scarring along the rib side will be mitigated at one time and not I'm doing phase 2A and then 2B and then 2C and just peck away. Like it need to be done all at once.
So, yeah, so any grading that we do out on that edge, it has to be cleaned up, rocked, and to the grading
So
plan.
are you going to mass grade phase 1 with phase 2?
It's tough because I would like to do all of phase 1 for sure. And it's blue clay, so there'll be some cutting and bringing dirt up there. I can see your point.
I'm just saying if you
don't
get into
want a
phase
big
2,
hillside of phase 2.
I'm already seeing my motion. If
yeah.
you get into phase 2, you're before you plat phase 1, you're fixing that ridge.
Yes, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
So the ridge has to be fixed before we plat phase 1, is what you're saying.
If you get into it. If you only are in phase 1, then I definitely don't see a problem because you're not over that ridge top yet.
Yes, and that's a fair motion.
Let's talk about the no disturb area for a minute. Just kind of identify where those areas are and exactly what it means. That no disturb actually means no disturb. Don't take the fence down, do your stuff, put it back. It's no disturb, right? So this is the area that you can see that's been brought up. I know that when I was out on the hillside, and just so the audience knows, I'm not a voting member on Hillside. I'm the liaison to the city council on the Hillside Committee. So that's a little different. So it's more my responsibility. I look at the structural side of it, but I really try to address the aesthetics and the vistas that are community, shared in the community and owned by a private party. And so that sometimes that's a little bit of a difficult balance. Council, I'd ask you to look at that no disturb area and see if you're comfortable with that. I know, again, it's hard to really visualize it where we don't have a 3D model of what it looks like, but any discussion that we have on that, I'd appreciate your input.
Who is it that installs that fence? The engineers or?
They'll mark the
They mark it and you
no-disturb,
guys
and
install
then
it?
my crews will install it. But it will be surveyed in.
Sounds good.
And maybe what we could do for you, Kurt, on that is have them do a 5-foot offset.
Do what, I'm
So,
sorry?
Do a 5-foot offset to that fence. So the location of it, if their stake is 5-foot offset, so that stake's always there. So you will be able to walk behind there and say, okay, the survey's there, the fence is there. It would be a whole lot of moving if somebody who had ever had an idea to move.
And I like that.
fence.
I like that idea, just as long as we understand that the no disturb is, it's very defined as to where it is and what it is, so.
Okay. I agree.
Mayor Pro Tem, I had a
Yes,
question
sir.
on that as well. I see it's the orange fence, very familiar with that, that it'll be removed after construction, right?
Right. Yeah.
How do we keep them from going into that no disturb in the future? Is there going to be a fence line there? Is there going to be that fencing like at Eagles Landing? How do we make sure that stays a no disturb?
James, so
Go ahead.
the no disturb line is intended to apply to the disturbance of dirt. This is still private property owned by folks that in theory have the right to access it. And so the no disturb line is less about accessing and more about destructive access with dirt movers and things like that.
You'd have to be a pretty avid hiker, which, I mean, that's possible. to get up there from any location after these lots are put in.
So I have another item that it's not your development, but we keep having things. It actually happened on one of your developments, but it's not your fault. You know, it just happens, right? Is that we're getting people building buildings in the backyards, like a secondary garage, and it's after the homes are built. They come in, it meets code, they build it. But that would be another thing that I'm concerned about on just that back row of lots, is that we would not allow those on that back set of lots.
I think that would be a fair.
On that, because then you're pushing that setback clear up to the 10 feet mark even closer. And so, and some of those garages can get quite tall.
Yeah, they can be an RV garage. Yeah.
So that's one of my concerns, is those secondary uses that those wouldn't go there. But again, I'm going to ask you.
Randy had a good recommendation. We'll just put that restriction on the final plat.
But as a condition.
They're narrow enough lots that we, I don't, we don't want.
You'd be amazed what I've seen lately. They can figure it out, so.
Yeah, crane a garage in there.
I would suggest we put a no build line is what it is. Well, that's what Brandy's probably thinking. We did the same thing over on the subdivision next to, so we'll do a no build and a no disturb area is what we'll put on the final plat.
So
we want these nice lots. I agree with you, Craig, on that.
And so that brings me back to my 2-story versus 1. I'm not opposed to 2-story. I just don't want a consistent 2-story.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking you, what is your recommendation to help with that? Because I'm not saying no, I'm just saying I look at it and go, okay, maybe, what is it, 20% is single story and the rest is 2, or vice versa. Because I understand your best selling is 2-story, and I'm not trying to get into that, but I would like some breakup in the ridge line.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
that is a tough one. We're going to always try and just fit the market's need. But it is a good point. If we did a 20% restriction along all of those lots, it would be hard to know. I mean, if everybody's asking us to do 2 stories and we're out of lots that are 2 stories, that's a tough spot to be in. Lot of the times
the reason why I bring it up is, I'm not saying this ridge line, but other developments in the adjacent area, they're only required single story. Right. And I think it really helps with those ridge lines is to only do single story on the ridge lines.
Yeah.
But I'm just bringing it up because I think if we can break it up, it might help with everything. With
the attention to that ridge line. Maybe while we're developing, if it's a single story that somebody really wants, it's, there's an element of some lots up there are restricted. I really wouldn't like to see all of them restricted, because the 2-story really gives you the killer awesome view out of a deck or something like that you're buying a ridge lot for, so you can enjoy that. When you're sunk down in, it's still a view, but it's, as you know, it's just not the same view that you would want on these amazing lots right here. I'm looking at, if it was my personal house, I would request a 2-story with my master up top, just so I could have that incredible view out my back right there. And I'm getting that from a lot of the feedback from our customers. So maybe take your suggestion on what that percentage might be.
I don't have a good idea. I mean, my percentage is I don't want any there, but I also understand it's your property and you have the right to do it. I just think we got to protect these hillsides, and if that's a way we can help protect it, and it would be on the ones that are on the fill side, not, the cut side. I'm fine with taller, because then it can hide the scar from the cut.
Right.
So.
Well, Brandy brought up a good point. We have rock walls between lots from 220 clear to 226. There's a section of the flatter homes, Brandy. I'll go back to the grading. So they're going to be to a point set down in.
Hold on, just 1 second, James. Hey, Brittany, let's talk in the microphone and then go over there so that the recorder can pick up what you're saying.
It's Brandy again.
Brandy, sorry.
No, James is going to explain it, but I guess the point was is the bulk of these lots are going to step down naturally with, you can see the steepness of the road. So he's explaining to, I can point to it for clarity.
And that's between the property lines, so already a house is gonna be sitting down, and then down, and down. So really where you're gonna see a house that's maybe not below a wall already, stepping down would be 225 to 220, 230, 231. And then 231, it steps back up to get into that other hillside there.
Any other questions for Mr. Jessup? Okay, thank you. You can sit down. We'll have a discussion. Council? Well, I'll start it off. For me, this is really one of the more difficult decisions while I've been on council, because you're balancing between property development rights with protecting scenic vistas that I think everyone recognizes the value in those. I personally would much rather see, with this type of step terracing that they're talking about, I don't necessarily am really suggesting that we restrict it to single story, but I think it would make sense. I think that you're trying to protect the saddle, at least on that leading edge going into the fields, would be a benefit to our citizens for a long, long time. This is not something that you look around, your eye goes to that every time you look up there. So I do recognize development rights. I understand those, but I also know that there's a consideration of what the long-term benefit to the citizens of Washington would be if we were to help to protect that and keep it from becoming I would never say an eyesore, but something that's not as pleasing. So just my thought. I'm probably leaning a little bit different than what I'm hearing, but that's okay. That's what's great about serving on a council. It gives everyone that opportunity to visit and to vote their conscience. So. So if you'll just bear with us for a minute, we're still, council's gathering their thoughts, checking their notes. This council takes their decisions very seriously, so we'll take our time to make sure that everyone's prepared.
I'm going to ask a question to Jeremy on the bonding, or Thad. Maybe you might know. It says just bonding. Is that just our typical means and methods of bondings, or is it a cash bond?
It's just a bond posted through a guarantee.
Okay.
Council, would you like some more time to deliberate or discuss this among ourselves? Or if someone has a motion, we will.
I'd like to hear thoughts from Councilwoman Casperson and Councilwoman Mortensen. Okay, so the couple things I wrote down was restrict just the 30%. I wrote down 30. It's just a number I started with on the single story versus 2-story homes along the edge. And then the rock walls is a 8-foot max rock wall on that edge. I don't know how to address the hydro seed versus the teardrop walls, and then I put restrict final plat to have hillside be completed, any hillside disturbance be completed on that edge with the phase 2 final plat. And that's to be consistent with what we've done on other hillside developments, is if you touch it, if you're in that phase, you're gonna finish it so that if something happens with the market, we're not stuck with a half-finished hillside. So.
Let's be very clear about if there's bonding required on that or how that would be verifiable.
Yeah, it's just the normal bonding that we require. You can bond,
You get an engineer's estimate and then bond off that amount. Is that the idea? Is that the process?
Yeah, we don't normally require a cash bond.
But we have different methods, so that's why I was clarifying if we were requesting a cash bond versus a surety bond.
Not necessarily. They both work the same way in this concept.
Except it's sometimes harder to get a surety bond, money out of a shirt. Let's just say we don't want to ever go down that road.
Yeah,
in theory it's not, but we do accept them, so I don't want to go off something different.
I think we're required to accept them.
Because it's in our ordinance.
Yes.
You're talking on the 30%, are you saying 30% single story, the rest can be 2-story, or am I backwards?
Sure.
Either way.
I'm just saying, I threw down a number. Yeah. I would like to see less 2 stories, but I get why they have 2 stories. I think there's plenty of view there, but it would be a phenomenal view up high, but it also encumbers the view that I don't like to put view into a conversation on development unless we're talking hillsides. That's the only time I will, because I think it's important on those ridges. So when we talk about the hillside view, I want them to be able to, they're developers, they should be able to maximize their property to make them make money. That's what they're there for. That's what kind of drives our community. But I also want to not ruin the future experience, because that place it's sacred to me that goes up that trail. I love it. It's one of my favorite places to be. So I'm just really hesitant I just don't want to screw it up. That's all.
And you want that along the whole line on the back lots?
Yeah, I'm talking, well, let me be clear on which lots I'm talking. Because I would say lots 215 to about 231, that's where all the fill slope is. Everything else is cut, and then after that, I think it helps protect. It looks like you'd have to tell me, maybe Brandy, are they walk-ups? So lot 232 to 234 are walk-up lots. Yeah, it's on the back. You can't see them, so that's why the 2-story doesn't bug me. That's what they are. That's how that lot's set up. So, I wish these were more walkouts.
Brandy, we're going to have you come up to the microphone. Come on up.
Yeah. So those are the lots I'm talking about. But they are right. If you do a walkout, you're going to see it more, because you see more of the house. If you have the wall, then I don't know. It's definitely, that's where I'm at. So.
Yeah, I think James Creative does a really good job. I'm kind of along the lines with Councilman Henderson. I love the discussion that we've had. We do want to ensure that we keep that view corridor, because it's one of the last few that we have in Washington City. So we want to make sure it's done right. And I think we can put some of those conditions in there to make sure that they do have the eyebrow walls done correctly. Is it 80%, 20% basalt riprap? What does that look like? Or is it 90%, 10%, where the 10% is the dirt, as was recommended? It was 80-20, but yeah, it'll be tumbleweeds, but I think over time that natural growth will come back. That sage will come back eventually. Do we transplant some of that sage from the other spots in the hill to I don't know. Are there ways to do that?
How much did you say on that open hydro seed
80-20.
So 80% rock, 20%.
Not hydro seed, but just open.
Just natural land.
And how do you, can you transplant from the other side where it's not in the hillside and put some stuff there?
I don't think it'll grow. I think if we're going to go that route, I think it's better to try 20% hydro seed and hope it rains. So.
Well, I think, gentlemen or council, what we're trying to do is to ensure the best finished product. And I think that what I'm hearing, there's a little bit of doubt that the hydro seed is going to work. So what is the problem with just making it all basalt, natural basalt there?
Just
is there something that...
I agree that it's a big slope. It might stand out more.
Okay.
I agree with the applicant that if you can kind of make it look, I mean, it's still not natural, but make it look natural, not just a sea of...
You can blend it in better then with that than just the basalt. Okay. All right.
So.
Okay. You good?
And I think if we do some of those guidelines and they know the intent, staff knows the intent of what we're trying to accomplish with that, right? Is it exactly 80%, 20%? No, but something close where it's just the pockets.
The plan better be 80, 20%. That's how they're going to check it. If we put the condition, that's what they're going to check.
True.
And then in the field, they better check it because that's what we're shooting for. I mean, the goal is to make it look good, I know.
Yeah.
But so there's another condition I have that I just thought of is just the open space behind. Can we deed restrict that to not ever be developed? I don't know.
So I don't think this applicant owns it. Do you own that, James?
I don't know why I would ever need to access it. So that's great.
Just
idea.
deed restricted as, I mean, it's still the HOA's property, but it's deed restricted as open space indefinitely.
Right. I think that's fair. I think we did that in Brookwood, and that worked well.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. Natural. Open
whatever we
space.
need to do to restrict people from going back there and messing with it afterwards. Absolutely, I think that's fine.
Oh, did I forget? I forgot about the garage too. There's a lot of conditions, man.
It's all right. Take your time.
It is a complicated piece. I mean,
Take your time.
Hillsides did the exact same thing we're doing right here.
Let's make this happen tonight, right? We'll spend some
Brett,
time.
That would be great.
Oh, they want to come back and see us again. Come on.
What?
You want to come back and see us again?
Oh, we'll be back. I mean, you will see us again.
Yeah, you're not bringing that back.
I mean, just in different, maybe less complicated projects. How about that? We'd love to bring less complicated.
If we all know
projects.
there's nothing easy in this town to build anymore.
There isn't.
So,
All the flat grasslands have been developed up, or at least that will sell. for
and everything
sure.
that's flat and grass has soil issues too. So.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so I just wrote down another one that the secondary is, you have to correct me, Drew, if I'm wrong. I put no secondary garages on lots 215 to 234.
The better wording would just be say, no build areas in the designated backyards in those lots.
I know, but what about a shed or something like that? I don't want to, I mean, that's what my question is.
Well, that's in essence what you said in your first thing. It's the same thing.
Okay.
We don't want any building
Yep.
in the backyard.
So how do we dictate that on the plat? I've never done that.
It's a hashed area that says no build.
So how far back is that?
The designated backyard starts from the back of the house to the property line.
You can't put that on a plat because you don't know how big the houses are at that point.
I know, but that covers me from the back of the house to the property line, right?
It's a physical description.
It's a designated area in the code. It's spelled out that the backyard starts from the back corners of the home. So
I think a note can cover it too. If you do just a note on the plat.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna, yeah.
You better tell Brandy because she's not listening.
She isn't. I'll make sure she gets it.
Looks like Councilman Coates is working on a motion. You take your time, Councilman. When you're ready, we'll proceed. If there's any other comments, Council, of course, please join in. Kenny, how you doing, bud? You enjoying your first city council? Who's this with you? Is this your brother? You go to school at Washington as well? Good. You need a jacket?
James. Hey, James. I think we're going to land on 40%. Must be single story, but only on lots 215 to 231. So it doesn't include anything behind the cut.
So is there any way that I can reduce you back down to where the walls actually, because the steps down is going to hide those single
So
stories?
to 229?
If we went from 223 to 231, that's where the real steps are. Because even if I'm looking from Sullivan Park, those side walls are going to hide the majority of those houses. So where you're really going to start seeing houses is from, oh, I lost. Well, it was from the majority of the city, they're going to be looking up that canyon, and it's the ones that are really on that fill area, right?
Well, it's all of them on the ridge, that whole line.
Is going to see it.
That's why I was thinking 7 lots, but I mean, out of all those, out of your 17.
Okay.
So that means
Deal, but we'll take.
We're here negotiating, so
we
kick back again.
I liked the 20 first and maybe 30 on it, just because I know it's going to be it'll be something that the
Do we need
buyers will want.
If I'll throw this out, because we've done this other times, is maybe no more than two stories next to each other. Might be easier to do if that helps. So you'll have a single story, then 2 2s. No more than 2 stories will be side by side. I'm just throwing out a thought because we've done that in other projects over the years. And then a single story, and then you can have 2 2s and then a single. And however, I
Pull
think
up that plat and let's kind of see how many that might be.
There's 17 that I'm talking about.
that ends up being 30%, 33%. Yeah, it's 1 per 3 is what it ends up.
5 to 6 lots.
Okay.
Just check.
You know we're always going to be reaching.
We ready? Ready to get a motion?
I'm not rushing.
Well, if you'd like
I'm just trying to get it right. So
no, we want you to get it right.
The whole thing here is I just don't want to be back here in 6 months and we arguing over the conditions. I want to be very clear where we're at today.
Right.
It's taped. We're going to go back to this. I just don't want to I'm just trying to get all the stuff out. And I know, I wish it was easier than this, but it's not.
Yeah.
So
I understand.
I mean,
it's nice to have a clear direction. It helps us construct it and know our boundaries.
Okay, thank you. I think he's ready.
All right, I'm ready, Mayor Pro Tem.
Please.
And you can help me out if I screw these up. So I'm going to make a recommendation that we approve item 6A for the preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1 and 2, located at approximately Florence Drive and Desert Cactus Drive, with the findings and conditions provided by staff and the additional condition 19 that 5 lots must be single story and no more than 2 in a row. Condition number 20, rock wall, max height at 8 feet on the south boundary of the lots between lot 215 and 234. Then condition number 21, that the fill slope between lots 215 and 231 must have eyebrow walls breaking up and have 80% basalt landscape rock and 20% hydroseeded. Condition number 22, there'll be a restriction on the final plat that if phase 2 is disturbed, that all the hillside walls and landscaping along lots 215 to 234 be completed before recording a final plat. Condition number 23 is that the open space south of lots 215 to 234 be deed restricted as natural open space. And then condition 20, am I on 25?
24.
24? 24 is that no buildable area on the back lots for structures. For lots 215 to 231. And that's my motion.
Okay, just to clarify before we get a second. So the two-story homes, there won't be more than two-story homes in a row, correct?
That's what I said. And you have to have at least 5 of those lots have to be single story.
Okay. Thank you. There's a motion on the table from Councilman Coates. Can we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilman Martinson. Councilman Coates?
Aye.
Councilman Ivy is a nay. Councilman Casperson?
Aye.
Is an aye. Councilman Martinson? And Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Make it look good.
Thank you for your trust.
No. We're going to take a 5-minute break. She's got the bathroom. Okay, we are on agenda item 7C. Can I get by a show of hands who is here to participate in the public hearing on 7C, which is for the billboards? Anyone here?
Mayor Pro Tem, that's Attorney Mr.
You're the
Thatcher.
attorney, but
Yeah.
okay, we'll have you in the process, but no one here to speak to as far as a public hearing. Okay, then I'll forego my spiel until the next agenda item. So 7C is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for the eminent domain of certain property or billboards along with all associated rights in that property that directly or indirectly arises out of a lease that ROA General LLC, formerly known as ROA General Incorporated, and now doing business as Reagan Outdoor Advertising, collectively Reagan, had with tax parcel ID W-168-A-1-D, which property located is approximately southeasterly from the intersection of Main Street and Buena Vista Boulevard. Our city attorney, Thad Segmiller, has this agenda item. Mr. Segmiller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. For the public, this is a public hearing that was continued from the August 23rd meeting of the council. And for the council, you've all been involved in closed session as we've discussed this matter. This is just for clarification to the public, the eminent domain of rights, if any, that are directly or indirectly related to billboards that used to be located on the city-owned property pursuant to a lease with the city, which property is now part of the construction for the Main Street interchange. The reason why this needs to be on the agenda tonight is there is a Utah law that states that after a billboard company requests that they be allowed to relocate their signs, the city must take eminent domain within 180 days. We're trying to fall within that time frame to not lose that right. Last week, Council for Reagan Billboards shared a letter with the city council stating that they felt like the city could have done some more efforts to engage in a good faith effort to resolve this case. The city, of course, we felt like we had, but we agreed on August 23rd that we would try some more. Those efforts have occurred. We have not resolved the case or the dispute. We have reached what I will call a professional courtesy agreement whereby the city will file the lawsuit if the council authorizes it to do so tonight. And then the city would give Reagan Billboards a stay of time within which they aren't required to respond to the lawsuit while we see if we can find some resolution. Mr. Thatcher is here, who represents Reagan Billboards, and Mr. Thatcher, you're welcome to, or do you, any questions for me, Mayor?
Just one sec. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Segmiller at this point, this time? It's Mr. who, I'm sorry?
Thatcher.
Mr. Thatcher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and staff. My name is Josh Thatcher. I'm a resident of Washington City as well. First of all, I want to express my appreciation for the consideration to amend the agenda for my schedule. I also want to thank Chief Williams for taking the initiative to increase the heat in the building. It was getting pretty cold, so we appreciate him for that. And I think that's probably a common sentiment here in the building. But as I mentioned, as was mentioned earlier, I am here in my capacity as an attorney for ROA General LLC, which is a limited liability company that is now doing business as Reagan Outdoor Advertising. And so for simplicity's sake, I'll refer to them as Reagan throughout my brief comment today. At a prior city council meeting, my colleague Eric Wilbanks, who is also an attorney that represents Reagan, spoke with you and conveyed some of Reagan's concerns and comments about this action in this matter. Mr. Wilbanks is currently abroad, which is why I'm here in his stead today. And my purpose here tonight is simply to reiterate some of the most relevant points that were raised in that last city council meeting. Therefore, I anticipate that my remarks will be concise and brief, which I'm sure everyone here will appreciate. First and foremost, I want to emphasize that it's Reagan's strong preference to resolve this matter with the city. We've entered into good faith conversations with the city at every level to attempt to work this out in a way that will be mutually acceptable. And with that in mind, Reagan's fully committed to to continuing these discussions with the city and to identify or work to find a mutually agreeable site to relocate the subject billboards or to resolve this in a way that a different manner. Regarding tonight's vote on authorizing the initiation of a lawsuit for eminent domain, Reagan acknowledges and understands the city's concerns regarding the statutory time limitations that exist. And for that's one of the reasons why we've agreed to work with the city to resolve that issue. And again, as has been discussed, we've engaged in direct communications with the city legal counsel, and we have reached an agreement that addresses the city's concerns while also fostering and encouraging ongoing good faith negotiations to resolve this matter without the city expending taxpayer expenses on litigation and without Reagan waiving any claims or defenses that may be available to it. In closing today, if the city does approve the filing for of an eminent domain action, Reagan remains optimistic and hopeful that negotiations will yield a productive and reasonable solution. However, should negotiations prove unfruitful, and I say this softly, Reagan has extensive experience with these types of matters, with eminent domain matters, and will defend itself appropriately, itself and its rights in the subject billboards. That said, due to Reagan's experience with these eminent domain matters, Reagan is not anxious or eager to be in a protracted legal battle with the city. And again, we hope to avoid that. And as I've emphasized throughout my comments today, and as Mr. Wilbanks emphasized at the last city council meeting, Reagan is genuinely interested in finding a resolution with the city one way or another. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is quick, but we look forward to continued cooperation and dialogue with the city and Reagan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Council, any comment before we open up the public hearing? Okay, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anyone would like to speak to it? Seeing no one, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and turn to the council for discussion and or a motion.
So Thad, do you want to address some of this?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem and council, you've got in front of you a paper copy of the ordinance that myself and the city's outside counsel have drafted. If you're of the mindset that you would like to authorize that the city exercise its eminent domain on this legal matter, this ordinance essentially identifies the matter, the parties, the properties. The last two paragraphs, the third paragraph, if approved, would give the city attorney Thad Segmiller your authorization to negotiate with Reagan and anybody else for the purchase or settlement of these matters. The fourth paragraph, if you approve it, would authorize the city attorney Thad Segmiller to commence all legal proceedings necessary to exercise the eminent domain power that the city has under the law and that would be authorized pursuant to your vote if it were to pass.
So just so we're clear, they give the authorization, but that does not mean that it would go to an eminent domain lawsuit if a settlement was reached.
Correct. As it stands today, the complaint for the lawsuit is 95% prepared. Mr. Trentadue and I have been working on that. We would intend to file that with the district court before the 180-day time period expired to preserve the city's rights. We then have a professional courtesy agreement with Reagan's counsel, and we would continue to try in good faith to find a resolution. The agreement is essentially that they don't have to respond to our answer unless and until we give them notice, and then they would answer within 21 days of our notice that we would provide them. That's a pretty common arrangement amongst attorneys in the private practice in Southern Utah. We give that type of leeway to each other as long as we feel like there's, meaningful efforts to try and resolve a dispute. And so it's a common type of courtesy that I've seen in my practice of law.
We appreciate every effort. So, council, any other discussion or anyone else you'd like to hear comments?
I can make a motion if everyone is ready for that.
Please.
I'll make a motion to approve 7C. Is that enough? Or
If your motion would be to approve the resolution that
My-
you've got there.
my motion would be to approve the resolution.
Thank you.
Authorizing the exercise of eminent domain.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Could you say an ordinance, please?
I make a motion to approve resolution number R2023. Does that work, Tara?
I don't think it's a resolution. I think it's an ordinance.
Yeah, just.
Is that correct? That it's 2023-29.
The document they're looking at says resolution all over it.
Do we want to do it as a resolution? Then we list it as an ordinance, but it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah. I think your motion is fine, council member.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilwoman Casperson,
Second.
by Councilman Martinson. I will start the voting with aye. Councilwoman Martinson, or Councilwoman Casperson,
Aye.
Councilman Martinson, Councilman Henderson, and Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now we are back to 7A. I just want to make note that on the previous item, we received no public comment at all, whether the email or electronic or in person. No comment was made on the previous agenda item. This is a public hearing. The Mayor Pro Tem and Council received and reviewed all electronic public comments prior to the meeting. There were approximately 11 comments on one forum, an emailed, and then a petition that we received, and we appreciate the public input on this matter. Now, I'm just going to give some instructions about public hearings and their procedure and what's expected and what is acceptable in a municipal public hearing. This is an opportunity for the council to listen and to consider additional public feedback. After I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to this specific item, please remember to state your name for the record and to address the mayor and council as such. Please make sure your comments are relevant, concise, and not repetitive to something that has already been said. And most well-spoken public comments can be made within 2 to 3 minutes. Of course, clapping and yelling after comments is not appropriate in a public meeting. And we're going to ask that our comments tonight are strictly about the matter at hand, which is a height waiver. So the council, I ask that you and staff listen and take notes during the public hearing, and I'll give you the opportunity to speak after I close the public hearing. So this is agenda item 7A. It is a public hearing and consideration to approve a height waiver, which is HW-23-01 for a church building. Let me see, church building steeple located at 524 East Washington Parkway. Eldon has this agenda item for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the maximum height of buildings allowed for a structure in a residential zone property. The location is at approximately 524 East Washington Parkway. That's just north of the Perry Landing subdivision and south of Washington Parkway. The maximum allowable height as per the zoning regulations is 35 feet. The applicant is seeking approval to extend the height of their proposed new church with associated steeple, and only the steeple will be extending beyond that 35 feet, and they're asking to go up to 71 feet, 5 inches at its highest point. And I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have.
Eldon, is this on a ridge line?
It is not.
I'm just joking.
Thanks, gentlemen. You help a lot. Thank you, Eldon. Any questions for Eldon? This is just typical. We've done these before. And this is the standard height of what a steeple is on most LDS chapels in our area that we've approved prior to this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for Eldon before we open the public hearing? No? Thank you, Eldon. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for this agenda item. If you have some burning comments to make, please come forward. Okay. Oh. Yeah.
Mayor and council, my name is Ralph Bobick. I live close to that, where that's going to be. The concern I have is I don't know where on that 5-acre lot that the church owns the building is proposed to be built. Is there any way that anyone has to see where it is so that we know which properties will be affected by the height of the steeple?
Let's see if we can answer that for you. Ellen, do we have a plot map on that or a?
Well, the elevation is labeled north elevation, the front. The north would be from the Parkway view.
I'm sorry? Yeah, I understand north. It's going to be on the Parkway. It's going to face the Parkway. Is that what you're saying?
That's what, according to that elevation being labeled as north elevation, that means it's viewed from the Parkway, as it's going to be closest to the Parkway, not the subdivision. You'll have the back side of the church toward the subdivision.
I understand that, but going east and west, I happen to live actually on Tortoise Rock Road, right where it dead ends, where the road will be extended to go to Washington Parkway. And my concern is how far to the west. Yeah, there you go. How far to the west? Is there any way to show, where your arrows are?
We don't have that for this particular. They're just asking for the height waiver. They're not probably that far along where they've narrowed it down to exactly where it's going to be. But the steeple will be up here where my cursor's.
Okay, somewhere center, as far as we know, it'll be generally
They
centered.
pretty much do center them almost on the lot. So that's all this. So I'd imagine it might be
Very good.
somewhere right in here.
Thank you. That's the first time I've seen that. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for your comment. Anyone else who would like to speak to this? Seeing no one, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Council discussion or motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion. I move that we approve a height waiver HW-23-01 for church building steeple located at approximately 524 East Washington Parkway.
Thank you. That's a motion by Councilman Henderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Councilwoman, if you will start the voting, please.
Aye.
Councilman Martinson. Aye. Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
And I am an aye also. The motion passes. Thank you. Our next agenda item is our third and final public hearing. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve height waiver HW 23-02 for an increase in height to a new single-family residence located at 4811 South Heartland Drive. The applicant is Clayton and Joan Sullivan, and our Community Development Director, Drew Ellerman has this agenda item and will present.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the maximum height of buildings allowed for residential structures in the current Stuckey Farms planned community development. The location is at 4811 South Heartland Drive, and the maximum allowable height as per the zoning regulations is 35 feet. The applicant is seeking approval to extend the height of their proposed new home under construction to 44 plus or minus feet at its highest point, but I do have a update to that I'll get to at the end of my presentation. Two problems have compounded this situation. First, the local HOA Architectural Committee missed the proposed height in their review, and that was followed up by the city staff also unfortunately missing that same height that was on the plans that were submitted and shown as 39 feet 6 inches. The plans were approved, and that is 4.5 feet above the maximum allowable height. Secondly, the homeowner has presently built the home farther out of the ground than was submitted plans, with situations that he had about meeting road levels on the other street around the corner. So compounded his 3.5 to 4 feet. The miss of the 4.5 feet additionally from the approved plans have caused us quite a conundrum at this particular location. The two issues have now put the home at roughly 44 feet high, built as per the plan that you see here on your exhibit. 9+ feet over the maximum allowance. It does not help the situation. The home is a walkout basement design, making the home a 3-story structure out of the back of the parcel, appearing from the eye even taller as viewed from that perspective and view in the rear yard. Now, just to catch you up, as of yesterday, staff, the building department, building official, the plans examiner, and myself met the homeowners on site. And I'm just going to pull up those pictures just so you can see what we were dealing kind of with. So the home's height is measured from the front elevation on the street side. We allow walkout basements. They do not go against the height. That is what's just the standard in Washington City, as it is in most cities. Now here you can see the home from that view, and the highest point would actually be up here. If you see my arrow, you can see what we call piggyback trusses are added onto the base truss to give it that highest point up here. So the triangle, if you drove by today, those trusses are installed. So why we met yesterday, we all talked about it, and we, as staff, proposed that if the applicant could take those piggyback trusses off, would be willing to do that, make this appear that it's a deck on top of this. And with all the measurements we did yesterday, and the way the finished ground is actually going to come up from the sidewalk to the house, they'll still be adding some dirt for the natural drainage that you have away from homes. So we'll be adding a couple of feet of finished grade that'll go up to the home. All these things compounded would end up with this parapet we would put on top of this flat area to make it appear like it's a deck on the roof, still leaving the home very aesthetically appealing. We can cut that 44 feet down to 37 feet and some change. So only instead of going from 9 feet out of compliance to just 2 feet out of compliance. This is the cheapest and probably best alternative to help the situation. The applicants are more than willing to do that. They're on board with that. They did have their architect, I'm just going to pass this around for the council to pass amongst you. This isn't really true because you can see the width of these bottom trusses. Their architect did the best they could, but this is a good rendition of what it'll be. So if you want to start it down there, and then we can leave it up here for the public hearing, Mayor Pro Tem, on the side so people can see that as well. So staff is in favor of that. It helps out, again, both the compounded problems, things that were missed. This unfortunately is not the first time things have been. It happens over time when you're building the number of homes that we build in our community. I'm not surprised that sometimes things just get missed, and we'll just accept that, and that is partially staff situation and the thing. So again, to work together, what staff and the applicant are actually proposing, I've got their permission to do so, is to ask for 37 feet. So a 2-foot waiver on this home. And it's still an attractive looking home. It doesn't look like it's, been terribly changed. In fact, most people wouldn't even notice with a lot of the new architecture in the area, we have a lot of those decks. And thank you. Starting a little too late, but so staff's proposal is that we are seeking a 37-foot high maximum on this home, 2 feet above the standard 35 feet. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council has before your public hearing.
Thank you, Drew, for your report. Council, you have questions for Drew or?
Yeah, so quick, just to verify, the height you're saying is measured from the street level. So from the street level to where that deck is going to be is only going to be 37
No, it's not street
feet.
level. It's what's called finished grade on the home. So it's usually, if you look at, let me go back to their original plan up here. And I'm going to zoom down in here. Drafts people, architects, whatever, they'll give you what they call the finished grade as a starting point. This black line right here, if my arrow is on, is kind of an indicator of that. And you can see that, and then it walks up into the home. This one's showing 3 steps up in, but because we have the situation, the new one you saw, I think is going to be, it scared me, 7 or 8 steps that will go up to help on that. So the grade is determined at where it meets the home. And so it won't be from there. We never do that. You go from where the finished grade is at the home. Now, if some people end up doing too much of a slope, then we have in our city ordinance the ability to come off 3 feet from that if it's too much of a grade, and then go from that point as the finished grade around, and then from there up to the highest point would be where it's determined. So it's determined, to answer your question, from finished grade. And with this one, the slope will be very minimal. We're going to drop 1.5 inches per foot for the 20-foot setback. Which is well within what the building code requires. You have a slope anyway away from the home that water is supposed to drain away from, and that fits within that.
Hey, Drew, so how many feet does that chop off the top of this thing? Because it doesn't look like that much to me.
It's taking 6 foot 6 inches off the top. That truss that normally would go up there is 6 foot 6. You can see them in the background. This little tip is ones that have already been added. So again, you know how they put a base truss because traveling down the road, they can only be so high.
So that's not to scale then?
That is not to scale.
Okay.
That's what I tried to say that earlier without being too,
yeah.
But it just gives you an idea of the parapet. It's going to be much wider.
Right.
You see how wide it's going to be. It's this wide.
Okay.
Without a doubt. And it'll just stand up. And like I say, it'll make the appearance like it's a roof deck that you see on many homes. So, but yeah, this truss that was added after it, you can see the tip of it where my arrow is. Those will all be taken off. And you're going to pick up, that's where basically the 7 feet will come
So
from.
that little faux window up there
is going to be lower. Well, they could probably put it in down here, but it'll be in, but still have to put it somewhere here. In other words, it'll just be dropped down than what it's showing. Any other questions, the council?
Council, any other questions for Drew or for staff? Okay, before I open the public hearing, again, I want to reiterate that we have received the electronic comments as well as one that was emailed to our building department that was forwarded to us. And we also received a document entitled petition. We have read those. Council has all read those and we're aware. Now, if you submitted a public or an electronic comment and then know that we have received your message. If there's something that you want clarified, or you feel like you'd like to add something that has not been said or that you did not say, then please feel welcome. We want to hear everyone's comment. But if we've already heard something, I can promise you hearing it twice isn't going to make it any more impactful. So please just consider that and understand that we know that the tensions are running maybe a little bit high tonight. We expect and appreciate everyone's decorum as we discuss this. So what I will do now is I will go ahead and open the public hearing for this agenda item, and invite those that felt like that they would like to come and speak to it. We'd like to invite them up to the front of the council chamber. Okay, nobody, let's go home.
Thanks, Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Malmberg. I live on Conestoga Drive, which is just below this house and across the street. Sullivan's built my home, or at least most of it. I had to let them go.
Mr. Malmberg, I'm going to have to just pause right there. So the only thing we're talking about tonight is the height waiver.
Okay.
So there'll be nothing about a home that's been built, because that has nothing to do with the decision that we're here to make tonight. So if you'll please just refrain to talk just about the height waiver, how you feel that impacts your home, specifically on that, we'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so in noticing what you just specified and talking about, cutting off the top of the house and making that look like a deck. If you did that, then looking at the back side of the house, this is what I look at. I see 1, 2, 3, and now 4 decks. That doesn't sound like a 2-story house. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, apologize, my voice is a little bit.
Can you share your name, please?
Matt Chatterton and Wendy Chatterton. We are actually we're on Conestoga, 4838 Conestoga, and we are directly behind this home. And us and the Batemans, we're in lot 70 of the homesteads. We're the two that are most impacted by this home and the just sheer size of it. We submitted stuff, but with the knowledge that you would continue to even allow this at 37.5 feet, we have when they put the development in, we have a 6-foot retaining wall with a setback and then another 6-foot retaining wall. Even if you allow the 37.5 feet, this puts it at 49.5 feet looking up from our house. When we moved in this development, we knew that there would be homes and that the homes might be bigger in this, but we were told they were walkout basement homes. We didn't assume they would be what appears to be a 3 or 4-story home that completely takes away all of our privacy, takes away the value of our home. It is not aesthetically with the street and the level and the homes that are gradually going up the hill. Councilmember Coates, I appreciate listening to what you had to said earlier, because that really is important to me, that you value the appearance and how it looks. This home doesn't fit in to our community. You can see it from Washington Parkway, sticking way up above all the other homes. It's drastically cut down. If we ever decided to sell our home, nobody's gonna want that because we have zero privacy. We've had to deal with, is it being built? My wife, we have a pool. She can't be in the backyard. There's been cat calls. My dogs have been whistled at. It's just very frustrating to have something of this massiveness go into something we assumed it would be a beautiful development. So I know some things have been moved with the developer, but that's assuming with that 24 feet, that's even at level, and it's been raised up since then. So we just wanted to add that to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one other comment
Please.
too. I know you said it was approved by our HOA, what's site committee. we don't have an HOA site committee. Those are normally made up of, residents, and there hasn't been one set aside yet for the homesteads. So when they say site committee, it's basically the developer just made that decision. So the things that we were told, as a community, we feel that we didn't get any say into the approval of this home until we started seeing it go up. And so we appreciate you taking that into consideration as well.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff. Gary Smith, 4809 South Conestoga, right next door to Mr. Ballenberg, and just up the street from the home that's in question. So directly with the waiver only, as we're being restricted to, based upon the history of this builder, I'm surprised that the city did miss this and other things, because he has a history of
Okay,
doing
sir,
things
I'm
as
going to
he
have to
does later
ask you
on.
to refrain from that.
Okay.
That's not what we're deciding tonight. I understand that you're frustrated, but you have to understand we are just considering a height waiver.
And-
None of that has anything to do with our decision. Thank you.
And for the height waiver, again, we earnestly request it to be disapproved even for the 2 feet. And also, based upon the information that was just given, according to code 98B3, 98B4, it's actually measured the height from the curb 6 inches above the highest point of the curb, not from the black line as was directed. Also, with the plan being changed, it does impact the SWIP, stormwater protection plan, and erosion maintenance plans. I've tried to research all that to see if there was a new one out there. There isn't one. So I'd like to make sure that that does get updated correctly and approved correctly to where all the stormwater goes to the front of the house as code requires. Also, as previous people have said, it impacts privacy. It actually obliterates their privacy. We were all told it would be a certain style of home, craftsman, 1 story to 1.5 story, 2 stories, no more than 6,000 feet. And of course, that was also changed because the home is more than 6,000 square feet based on the CCNRs. It's not cohesive with the plan. And of course, the values are drastically impacted because now, like Mr. Matt said, who's going to buy his home, the Batemans, etc., when you look up there and see that monstrosity. Again, Gary Smith, 4809 South Conestoga.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Hi, Mayor, council members. My name is Samantha Palmer. I live in the area as well. I think the height waiver is not an issue to me personally. I know some of the homeowners have said it's been a problem, but that problem with the decks and all that will not change with if they were in the 35 feet because the decks are in compliance. It's the roof line we're talking about, and any change in the roof line to be even 35 feet will not change that. So I just wanted to make that aware. Also, I think that having this house in the neighborhood brings my house more equity because it is enhancing the neighborhood, because this is a house or neighborhood that's being developed. There's issues with dirt and other stuff, and I think any home that's going to be aesthetically pleasing is going to help our equity. Also, this is a hill that we're talking about, so the homeowners should be aware when they buy it that there will be houses higher than them. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment.
The mayor and city council, what I did is I brought a
State your name, please.
Clayton Sullivan.
Thank you.
So I brought a copy of the people that signed the plans because we had to send it through committee for them to sign off before we actually turn in our plans to there. So the developer signed that off. And also, if we talk about curb, I appreciate that comment because it was good. We 4 homes. We're on a hillside, so we have 4 homes right here that we took measurements off of, including ours was the one, and we are the lowest out of the 4 homes from, if you're taking a measurement from top of curb to finished floor elevation. So we're roughly between that. We're only 10 inches different than one home, and then we're 2.5 feet lower than the greater home. So we did the best we could for the situation that we had. We turned the plans in. We had a garage that's down, like Drew mentioned, that I am actually in the ground. My garage, if you look at where my garage is at, it actually, the water flows into my garage. So I have to do a grade break in there and put a drain system in there for me to even get the water out of there so I don't flood my garage out. We have a big family and we're a big community. We did a lot of things over in Stookie Farms, built racetracks and different things like that because we are very developed for the community. But anyway, so I just wanted to let you know those things. I can leave these things up here too to let anybody that wants to see these. But we did what we could. We didn't want to make the house out of the ground as much as we had to, but we had to because of the garage. But
Thank you. Council, would you like to see the documentation that he has? Would you like to look at it? It's,
yeah, it's just a sign plan that you already have, and then of course this is the stuff that we surveyed.
we have the site plan in our packet, but I don't know that we have that.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Please.
or I can wait if.
No, please.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? So on the site plan that Amy drew, the elevations that are on her site plan are completely different than what the elevations are on the actual lot. So on the site plan, the elevations show a drop of 12 feet from the front to the back, and it's half that, if that. So I'm just wondering, my question is, did you shoot elevations on the lot before Amy started designing it, or how did that work?
Well, Amy knew the development because she actually looked at that other topo map on that. And so she tried to get it as close as you can, but I didn't have it professionally surveyed, no.
Okay, because what the site plan shows is a 12-foot drop from the front curb to the back of your lot, but it's actually probably 6 foot, if that.
Well, if you look at that right there, because that wall right there is 11-foot wall, them garages are 16-foot tall.
Right.
And then, of course, ultimately, then it steps up to the next garage, and you can look at the 5-6 right there. So
nobody shot elevations on the lot before the home was designed.
I apologize because I didn't know that there was actually a height restriction. And like I said, because that's what I did. I went to the developer and got my plan signed. I went to the city and got my permit, and I built the house.
But
the excavation, everything else is the same.
But you're the builder, right? You didn't go out there and shoot elevations on it to make sure that the elevation of the house was going to fit the slope of the lot?
Yeah, oh yeah, I did. I shot the lot in, and that's what I did. Is I built it the way that it shows right here. It's just the elevation from top back of curb to that is 4 foot difference.
Councilman, can we get back to the public hearing, and then any other additional questions you have, please feel free to. Thank you. Did you have anything else you wanted to say for the public hearing? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor, Council, John Manweiler, live about 3 houses from this home being built. Sort of have to say I'm disappointed a little bit that someone's history of not following codes is not important, but that's fine. I do have pictures. I don't know if any of you have seen what it looks like in the community. If you'd be interested in seeing those.
I would bet that every council member's driven out there and looked at it.
Okay.
We all have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may come up again.
Also, one thing I did forget to mention, my name's Clayton Sullivan, can I address the council, that we are on a hillside, and the Smiths can look right down into the next door neighbor's property that he's in too. So the next door neighbor doesn't have any privacy either. If I took the top level off and the deck off. So if I made it a single level home, I could still look down into the Matt's home that's next door, and I can look into the Bateman's home. So if I built it, if you go out my basement, just the basement floor, if I just left it a basement home, I could still look out at Matt's place and still, he wouldn't have any privacy. So I just thought I would mention that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Going once, twice. Seeing no more public comment, or I will go ahead and close the public hearing and look at the council for further discussion.
I've got a couple of questions. So I'm curious, and maybe it's for the applicant. I'm curious when.
Councilman, would you like him to come up?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Thank you.
So I'd like to know when this problem was identified, at what point? Were the trusses already up on the plate, or were the trusses at the truss yard, or, you know, the city and you and whoever, you know, identified the problem at a certain point? How long ago was that?
So the trusses were ordered, they were on their way. They weren't on the top plate yet. I thought, because what we did is when we found out the problem, I thought, okay, we'll go ahead and address that issue right now. So we went ahead and built it because we were just gonna, the worst case scenario is that we would have to cut the top of the house off. And the percentage of the part that is over is 9.1% of the house is what's over the limit. So we thought, okay, we'll just take it off. We could put maybe a deck up there or whatever. So that's what we did. I didn't want to do it, but because I think it would make the house maybe not look quite as good as for me, pleasing to me. I think it's a beautiful home. It's going to raise the value of everybody's property. There's several homes up there that are very big. That's worth $3 million, and so we just thought we wanted to participate in that and build a nice, beautiful home for our family because we do have a large family.
Did city staff ask you to stop?
Pardon me?
Did city staff ask you to stop?
The city recommended me stopping, but I already had I said, well, who's going to pay for the trusses? I thought, you know, we had them paid for. They were already coming, so I didn't want to lose my framer. So what am I going to do? Stop my framer right now? I'm hoping I can get my framer back there. So so that I just thought I would move forward until I got a letter saying, hey, cut it off, or whether or not we could keep it on there.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm the other applicant. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I think everything's been said.
So we just need your name for the record,
I'm
please.
sorry, it's Joan Sullivan.
Joan Sullivan, thank you.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I wanted to add is today's date is 7 months from when we pulled the permit. So we are 7 months into construction. Certainly had any of us caught it, it wasn't a willful decision. Had any of us caught it, we would have been more than happy to have made that change in the beginning. We are more than happy to make the proposed change right now. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I ask why the home was built farther out of the ground than the submitted approved plan showed by an estimated 3.5 to 4 feet taller?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I have a picture here. We can put it around if you like.
If you'll just talk right into that microphone, I won't get a message from our recorder.
You bet. Here's a picture out of the garage. That's the lowest point of the home. We do have to navigate between Heartland Drive and Prairie Way. And so where ideally, we would drive in level with just a break for water. But right now, in an effort to keep the house as low as possible, we are at the highest point on Prairie Way, 3 foot down into the garage, and at the lowest point of the garage, 11 inches going down in. Like Clayton Sullivan mentioned before, we are going to have to put in an extensive drainage system so that it does not flood. I get right now, and at this stage of construction, yeah, it's not very attractive, but I guarantee it will be. It will be beautiful. And we are willing to take the top off.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Council, continue discussion or?
Yeah, I was just looking at code, height regulation. And unless I'm missing something, it doesn't state top of curb, it doesn't state final grade. It doesn't state anything about a walkout basement not being included. It just says 35 feet or 2 1/2 stories on the height regulation in 98A4. So if we are not including walkout basements, if we're measuring from grade, we might want to update this in the near future, just for our clarification and everybody's clarification. Unless I'm missing a different height regulation somewhere else in our code.
Drew, can you address that? Is that accurate? He's getting the big book out. You've had it now.
Council, you did read from the city code that currently governs height regulations. That is the code.
Published.
What was the code that was told us that was from TBC? Because I swear I've seen that one before too. Is there not one from the measurement?
Say that again.
So one of the public hearing, they said our code says from curb, and I swear that's what it said, not from the.
So at the Planning Commission, Commissioner Anderson made a motion that the measurement would read from the highest point of curb. That was a metric that he added to his motion.
He added that to the motion.
Right. That was part of his motion. That's not part of city code.
There's building illustrations back in 922-4, if you want to go back there. This is kind of where our policy has come from, why we've done what we've done here. And this best kind of shoots that. It's kind of labeled as the first one, building parts. Like chicken nuggets, I guess, parts is parts, but this is kind of, so if you go there, Councilman, I don't know if we can bring that up, but this is kind of where the policy where we've done that from. You can see on that illustration that, from that front and the back, you do go lower.
Are you pulling it up, Drew?
Let me see if I can go in and just give me
So just from my perspective, which doesn't mean a whole lot, but to me, the reason this house looks so tall and out of place is for two reasons. Number one, it's sticking out of the ground about 4.5 feet, and that's a elevation issue, that the elevations of the house really don't match the lot. There's not a lot we can do about that. And the other thing is the sheer height of it, approved at 39.5 feet, and it should have been, 35 feet. I don't know if chopping the roof off and making a deck up there solves some of the problems that we've been talking about. I mean, I was over at the house twice this week just looking at it, and I walked into the backyard, and the poor neighbors in the back, they walk out their back door and they see the Empire State Building there. But I don't know if chopping the roof off, helps to solve those problems. I don't know. And so we're in a little bit of a, to be honest with you, I don't know what to do, because to me, from my perspective, from my profession, somebody didn't shoot elevations on the lot and send those to the home designer. I mean, that's the first problem that I see. And then the height ordinance wasn't followed, and then the ACC and the city didn't catch it. So now we have this super tall house. So what do we do about it? The reason I asked about when was this problem identified is because had it been identified before the trusses were put up on the roof, had they changed the trusses from 10-12 pitch to say 6-12 or something like that, that would have brought the the overall height of the house to something reasonable, and the house would still look good. I mean, to me, that's a beautiful elevation on that house. If you chop the roof off, I don't know if that's gonna look any better. It may look worse. So to be honest with you, I'm a little upset, and being a builder myself for the last 30 years, I can't imagine identifying a problem and continuing with the construction like there wasn't a problem. So that just puts a burr under my saddle, to be honest with you, because this problem could have been solved with trusses that were not 10-12, because that's a huge pitch. Anyway, so that's where I'm at. I got a little burr under my saddle because of that. It could have been an easy fix had construction stopped and we relooked at the trusses. So I really don't know what to do. So that's where I'm at.
Councilman, I'll address that, because now this was when it was brought up that we had this brought to our attention. The base truss was they were all on. A few of the piggybacks were already on when it got brought to our attention. Somebody questioned, hey, that thing's really tall. So we thought, well, let's go back and we'll show them that here's the plans. And all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute. So yeah, the base of this 10-12 truss was already on. I'm just so you can get some timeline. And then they went and put the piggies.
Drew, we've got staff that would like to speak to that.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Gary Carlisle, the building official. And when this was brought to my attention, the base truss was not on. They were on the ground out in the street. And I had advised him when he came in to visit with me that we hold off on construction and putting trusses up until we get this issue resolved. So the trusses were not on that tall part. The other part onto the north, to the north, those were on, but the base trusses on this tallest part was not on.
Thanks.
At that time.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay, so I apologize. I'm glad you correct that. When it got brought to my attention, the base ones were on. So
when it was brought to his attention, we did get it to Drew. They were put on, and that's when we started getting involved with the stop work order and stuff. And that's why the stop work. If they would have just stopped and not done anything until we got this issue resolved, then we wouldn't be here today.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Gary, may I ask, and then we found out they proceeded, and then did we continue with a red tag to stop it?
We did do a stop work order on it at that time, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So the trusses were purchased, they were on site, some of them were rolled out on the lower levels, but the top was just plate, so that helps. So,
a couple of times tonight we've mentioned that I'm not sure if Stuckey Farms has an ACC or not, or whether they approve plans per se, where I imagine probably still the owners are in charge of that. But it's also been said that the city missed that as well. I think this is a complexity that I probably spend a lot of time talking about, was that it's interesting to note that when cities go out and they make their best effort to do inspections and to guarantee that a home's built safe, but if something awry happens, the city's not liable. So understanding that helps to understand that we're back to how to resolve this, how to best resolve it, because obviously there's homeowners, property owners here that feel like this will negatively impact their homes. We have a builder or a family here that's building their home to live in. And I guess what I'm thinking is that we need to try to find common ground somewhere. Some type of I don't know if a compromise is the right word, but something that allows consideration for both and allow it to move forward. I don't think that it's going to benefit. I don't think the facts are going to change any by kicking this down the road. So whatever time we need to think this through or to talk about, then I suggest that we do that and try to arrive at a decision tonight.
So address my comment. So I think we're seeing a pattern here. Is what's frustrating to me is that we have design professionals. Design professionals design the site, they design the house, and modifications were changed, but then the city wasn't aware of the modifications that changed. And so I feel like the city does their best job to get everything. We have a lot of plans running through it. It's not our job to make sure everybody's perfect on their plans. It's their job, it's their house, it's their site plan, it's their design professional that they hired. I mean, they lifted the house 4 feet without talking to anyone. That's a big change, especially when you're that tall. So my opinion is that we should make them meet the code. We have the code. That's why we have the code. Now it's still going to be a large lot, a large house to the residents behind them, but at least it meets the code because they have the right to get to the code. They don't have the right to go above it. And I mean, like you said, it's not. I mean, some person might love it, some person might not, but if we're all playing by the same rules, then we're playing by the same rules. And if we can meet the code, that's where I'm at. And so I'm ready to make a motion if people are ready, but I'm also open to more discussion if they want.
Let's allow just a little bit more discussion, if you would please, just to make sure that we're all at a point where we're ready for that. Is there any other discussion, council? Any other questions that you might have?
So Mayor Pro Tem, it seems to me like the solution to get the house shorter is to whack off the pitch on the roof and make a little deck or something like that. Now, I would like to possibly hear from some of the neighbors. Is that a better solution? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Does that alleviate some of your concerns, or is that, what does that do for the neighbors?
Council, we can have anyone.
Possible?
We can have anyone that you'd like come back up and answer any questions that you have. Let's just have them come up one at a time, if you want them to come up, or.
Because to me, it looks like, we're not going to tear the house down or anything like that. That's not what we're talking about here. But neighbor, would you rather see the elevation, the original elevation, or would you rather see the hacked off roof?
So here's the problem. When we saw the house going up, we knew.
We need you to state your name again, sir.
Sorry, Matt Chatterton.
Thank you.
When we saw the house going up, we knew. And we filed complaints with what we thought was the homeowner association and with Stookie Farms. And they said, things were filed. Well, they weren't, and things weren't done correctly. So we made it well known when this thing was first starting to be built, because we're like, this thing's going to be way, way high. And again, we do not want to we didn't have him build our home. There was other things that went on. But there's a history. We have a wall that had to be torn down that was built by this builder and had to be redone. And we've even been told that that one may still not be to code. So we have multiple frustrations on this. The 35 feet is still going to be higher. It should be 31 feet. If he raised the foundation 4 feet, it should be 31 feet. The pitch, I mean, if the roof was, we thought, okay, if the roof's at the top there before the third floor, that would be fine. And a 6-foot fence would still provide us privacy. We know you're not going to have complete privacy. No one's under that assumption. But when you're going up above to where a 6-foot fence won't block any of it out and we have zero privacy, that's where I get frustrated. I understand it's going to cost money. But again, this builder knows exactly what they're doing.
So let me explain where we're at.
Sure.
We have a code that we have to abide by. They're asking to go above that.
Right.
And so that's, we can't get involved in CC&Rs and all that. And so I'm just trying to help explain our position. They're asking for a height variance above that 35.
So I understand that, but with that 35 feet, where are we going to measure that 35 feet from? If it was allowed to go 4 feet higher than what it was supposed to be, where is that 35 feet?
So what we were stating is that it was raised 4 feet from what they told us it was.
Okay.
It wasn't an additional 4 feet on top of that.
So 35 feet from grade, 35 feet from the curb, 35 feet from where?
Staff is telling me from the grade, right?
From the grade?
So the code that we see when we look online, that's not the correct code, the one that says 2.5 stories and from the
So
curb.
it's 35 feet from top of foundation.
Okay.
So
The
what,
2.5 stories isn't part of the
well, this is 2 stories plus a basement. So it's
The
from
basement
top of foundation, no.
Ma'am, let's finish our thoughts before we interrupt. Okay?
So
I just was curious where that 35 feet was going to be from. Like you said, if the pitch had been a different pitch, and it would have looked a lot better, it not being this gigantic point into space.
Right.
I mean, it already looks from down where we're at, it looks like an office building. Like
I understand. I was out there and I totally understand. So I don't think that, we can't do anything about the height of the foundation. I mean, the builder decided to do that and that's his deal. But, so what I'm asking is, it would have been great if this would have been caught earlier and the trusses would have been shorter and then it would be in compliance and we wouldn't be here. So what I'm at, Councilman Ivy said, we need to just find a path forward that, would be okay for everybody. I know everybody won't be happy with it, but, I mean, even if they tore all the trusses off and made them 612 or 512, that wouldn't solve some of the problems that you guys are talking about, like the privacy issue. It wouldn't do anything with that,
Well, we had to abide by code when we were building our home.
And that's the
So I guess that's what we're asking. Just
abide by
the code. That's what we're asking.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, is there anyone else that you'd like to speak to? Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, please. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Michelle Harris, and I live on the Conestoga Way. And this is my opinion. I think where this gentleman stood up and where he had a verbal stop building, all of those trusses weren't on there. It's like, I think he needs to go from that point, take all those trusses off and do a different pitch truss. And yeah, it's not going to do the privacy stuff for them, but I think it needs to be held to a standard and to follow code to the best that he can at the point where they're at with this build.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments.
So just to clarify, and I think that this is why it's gotten a little bit dicey. The only question before us is whether the council will approve a height waiver or not. So we don't, again, we won't be able to solve all the problems either way. The question is, do you approve a height waiver? Do you not? And if you do, how much of a height waiver will you approve? And so I think everybody's on the same page understanding that. I just want to make sure that was really clear.
Appreciate that clarification, City Manager. But at that point, then if it were denied, it would be turned back to staff and the developer or the builder to decide how to proceed. And then it would come back. If anything else we can do, council, for you to clarify, anything we can do, get you more information or clarify anything? Okay, council, I think we're ready for a motion when, if and when one of you are ready to give it.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion if you're ready.
Please.
Make a motion that we deny application 7B for the height waiver HD 23-02 and should meet code.
Thank you. That's a motion from Councilman Coates. Can I get a second, please?
Second that.
Second by Councilman Martinson. Councilman Martinson, will you start the voting, please?
Aye.
Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
I am an aye as well. Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Okay, let's go ahead, and where that is a denial, do we need to state the reason for that, Thad?
I think a reason stated on the record is both instructive and persuasive. So if there is one, I would encourage it.
The reason is I think that they should meet city code.
Okay. Needs to abide by city code. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are now on agenda item 8B. This is a continuation of consideration to approve an ordinance amending a portion of the City Code, Title 9, Chapter 8B, Section 6, detached residential accessory building restrictions. Our Community Development Director, Drew Ellerman, will be speaking to this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. This item was tabled at the August 23rd, 2023 City Council meeting. The applicant was going to be out of town on that night, wanted to move the item to the September 13th, 2023 meeting. A request from a local law firm in the St. George area has been submitted. They are wishing to have the Washington City Code amended for the purpose of adding different language in the modifying regulations of the single-family residential zoning district, and they specifically pointed to 9-8B-6, which again is the single-family district, and that Section 6 is modifying regulations. The City Code allows for anyone to apply to amend the City Code. The applicant has applied for consideration at this time. Specifically, they are proposing the following modifications. And I've just put in here, I won't read through everything. In the words in blue are the current language. The words that are written in red for you on your exhibit there. And I can probably, I don't mind bringing that up on the screen so people can see that as well. So, well, I hope I may not be able to because we probably didn't have that added in. Steve just referenced up my point, so I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go into my drive, actually be the easiest, and I can bring up my. So I'll let you follow along right with me. It's basically found in 9-8B-6-B and C rear yards. And this is for detached one-story private garages and other accessory buildings and structures located at least 10 feet away from the main building. Rear yard is setback subject to conditions and restrictions. So the one that they are trying to go after here is accessory buildings and structures, including is what it says now. They are proposing that it say excluding shade structures as outlined below, located in the rear yard shall not cover more than 30% of the rear yard. And then this new sentence they want to add is shade structures or awnings shall not contribute to or be limited by the coverage limits of the rear yard area. Also moving down to subsection C, the provisions for detached accessory buildings, they want to add the words shade structures or awnings to encroach into the side or rear yard setback. So that's what the words they wanted to add into that. Right now, it does not say that in subsection C. So moving on, those are the simple changes they're proposing. Staff's not in favor of the proposed changes. Washington City just recently went through this section of the code in May of this year. We removed limits on size, limit of detached accessory structures, and enlarged the percentage of the rear yard area that can be used for all accessory structures from what used to be the standard of 25% to the new standard of 30%. The proposal is seeking now to allow for 100% in essence of the rear yard area, if we're not to include them into that, or that they be limited by, is what that intended was saying for structures or awnings in the rear yard. That pushes the coverage area from the current 30% to a maximum of 100%. I guess it wouldn't be a complete 100% because they'd still have to meet that 3-foot band around the back, so I misspoke. It would be maybe 97%. That would eliminate any open area in the rear yards between properties, excluding that minimum 3-foot setback. That just doesn't make sense to staff. Staff feels the changes made in May of this year by the Planning Commission and the City Council were well thought through and well discussed and were generous. The City Code is sufficient and protective of the residents of our city. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their August 16th meeting. The commissioners spent quite a bit of time discussing the item. They ultimately decided to move for some change on enlarging the area of the rear yards for shade structures through a tiered format for different lot sizes. Staff feels the same as we did in the above paragraph, if not more so. This would be taking steps backward and preserving quality of life within the city by adding more rooftop area and less open space area in that open space fill. Crowding more structures and protected setback areas is not a good direction to be heading, as that's staff's perspective. And sorry to have to be so bold, but I feel that needs to be said. Got to explain that. With that said, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed language to 9-8B-6B regarding shade structures and awnings, attached and detached, a tiered limitation of size and area as outlined below. Onto you, the City Council, and due to the recent already approved modification of this section of the zoning regulations, Planning Commissioners proposed a possible tiered system for shade structures in the single-family zoned lots. And here's what their proposal was: in R8 zoning or smaller, allow for 50% use of the rear yard for attached shade structures. R10, allow for 40% of the same, the rear yard attached shade structures, and in the R115 zoning and higher, stay with the maintain the 30% of the rear yard. Again, bigger lots means they're still going to get more shade structure in essence. Detached shade structure, the same tiering percentages as defined for attached shade structures, less any actual percentage that is already used for other accessory structures. For example, an R18 application with 15% used by accessory structures would qualify for 35% shade structure usage. And that's kind of it would be carried on to the other two as well, I take it. So council, with that is staff's proposal on this item. There's my report and the Planning Commission's recommendation to you. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have regarding this proposed amendment.
Council, any questions for staff?
So on the red highlighted areas, Drew.
Pardon me?
On the red, the added text, can you scroll up to that? It's so confusing how it's written to me, because we're swapping one word for another. I don't know why, but accessory buildings and structures excluding shade structures are outlined below. Why are we worried about shade structures there?
That's what they're asking for. It wasn't, they're just saying because this is how it currently reads in black.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the way it's, I understand that's what they're asking for. Yeah. I'm saying we're getting rid of number 5 and implementing so if we went with the Planning Commission's recommendations, take number 5 and you would change that 30% to match what they said down below, right?
Yeah, you would just say accessory buildings and structures, including, we'd leave shade structures in there, located in the rear yard, and then you would put the tiered system in there if that's what you wanted to follow with the planning commission. And I would say something like, shall not cover more, in the rear yard shall be as follows. And I'd do a little box chart, probably R18, this, and then, so I'd just make one of those boxes.
I like what the planning commission came up with. I see where you're coming from, Drew, but I also don't mind, because where we live, it's okay to have shade. But but if people want to do that in their private backyard, I don't have a problem with it.
And it just goes back, and I'm just going to, like what we talked about before, is that where I gave you that 7 foot by 30 foot, because that would be what would meet. Now, if you're going to go up to the 50, that's going to be that's going to feel like the whole back of the home could have a shade structure.
I'm with you, but it's their private backyard. That's how I look at it. So, but I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, because I only tell you that because I'm the guy who wants to stand up, because we all talk about the one person who gets it. It's the other 8 or 9 people that live around it are the ones that are affected by it as well. I just always keep them. And I'm just saying, whether this or anything else, I just, as my job, that's what I just always make sure that's remembered about the other people that live around.
So Drew, what would be the negative impacts that you're referring to? For the neighbors?
You're going away from room, I guess, open room that people feel that they want to have. Again, it gets back, the best way I explain it is elbow room. The thing that bugs me, and is that when my neighbors start encroaching in on me this way, it has always bothered me personally, and I can see that professionally why I, then say, hey, we got to keep it to where we don't feel, because if you take 4 houses and they all do the same thing, all of a sudden you've lost that open space that you're protect, because setbacks were made for what? To protect things from coming into it. We allow, just let me finish, I know where you're going, but I'm just saying that's why setbacks were put in place, to give you room.
I don't think you know where I'm going.
I know, well, but I know you, I guess I know you too well, or not well.
What am I going to say next?
No, but go ahead. You'll prove me wrong. That's good. But I just feel.
I was just going to say we allow buildings.
We allow what?
Garages and stuff in the backyard that can do.
I know, but I'm just saying, even that, I feel those things encroaching, and then we just keep doing more and more. I mean, that's all and I get why we do it. I mean, I'm not against that, but I just think the more that we keep biting away, pretty soon we're going to be like those overviews of Indonesia, where all you see is just metal or asphalt or whatever.
Drew,
roofs
look at it this way, Drew. If they can build a bigger awning, those 8 or 9 neighbors can come over for a barbecue, and they'll all be in the shade. So,
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, can I just chime in?
Please.
So my preferred route of new ordinance writing would be to start at the council and then send it to the planning commission for public hearing and public comment, and then come back to you. I feel like tonight we've got an industry suggestion, which you've got in red. You've got a planning commission suggestion. I feel like we're getting a lot going on there. What I might suggest is for the council to plan to take this under their effort, start the ordinance, and then send it back down to planning commission. So take all of this as feedback, as suggestions, as good information, and then let's go to work trying to write the ordinance as this council feels is appropriate for this city.
I appreciate that. Drew, as part of that information, can you share if we've had how many and what citizens have come in and said that they would like this amended so that they can put greater shade structures in their backyard, or just kind of give kind of a history on that, whether it's coming from any of our citizens or if this is industry driven, or what's the reason behind it?
Well, I'm going to just be, I'm looking back over my last several years. I've had nobody other than maybe the industry want to change it with this proposal. I have not had any citizens come and feel like they're not getting enough of area.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think that's good advice from Mr. Segment. Yes, go ahead.
So at the planning commission, the applicant was Stewart Awnings and their attorney. So it was a suggestion from an awning company.
Okay. Well, I do like the idea of what Council Segmiller said. I think that's probably the proper way to bring it forward, but council, please.
Yeah, I think if you like the red and you want to adopt that, that doesn't seem too muddled. If you're trying to adopt the red and then incorporate the planning commission's recommendation, I feel like we need to rewrite this before we ask you to vote on something, if that's where you want to go. And then if you want to adopt the red and the planning commission recommendation and maybe add some more of what your thoughts are, I just think it's probably not ready to be passed as an ordinance yet.
Yeah, and there's just a possible tiered system, so it's still very much rudimentary. And
Yeah, and I'll just point out that the planning commission's recommendation and the red do conflict. So I just need council's direction, because the red is saying we're not going to be tied to any percentage, which I don't know if you agree with that. It's just bigger parties in the backyard, Councilman, I guess. But I'm just saying the two of them conflict, so I just need to know which one you want to go towards.
So I'm really good with what the planning commission came up with, and if we want to go, I mean, I'm fine to go back and look at it with the city council. I mean,
does the council want to use that as kind of a template for us to go forward with our discussions, or where?
I like the tier. Everybody knows where I am at on private property and setbacks and being able to build. And I think this is a good compromise for, maybe you don't know where I'm at on setbacks. I'm the one that says, build 100% of your backyard, build 100% of your side yard. As long as you're within setbacks, that's where I'm at. So, but I know the rest of the council isn't there. So I feel that this is
So maybe a motion instructing staff to bring you back an amended ordinance that contains those elements might pass, Mayor Pro Tem.
What are you thinking?
Because I'm having a hard time understanding the reasoning that you can build your home, your home to that 3-foot setback, but then you can't build, when you brought that up earlier in the workshop meeting, if you had two different homes and one individual decided to build their home to that setback and then the others didn't, and then they wanted to come later and build a shade structure or whatever, they couldn't build like the other one could.
No, you misunderstood. You misunderstood me. I said that would not be counted toward this. They could build all the way to where their building envelope is. So if I came up and I had a lot that had a 20-foot setback in the back, my home was at 30 feet, I could build that extra 10 feet without touching any of this, because you're still within your buildable, what I call the buildable envelope, where you can max out your usable area before you cross a setback line. So I don't think you understood that would not go towards this.
Well, I was just pointing out what Council Henderson brought, the information that he shared in those two different scenarios.
Yeah, but I thought we talked about it, and I think I thought it was clear that you could build into that. How could you? Oh, sorry, guys,
I see what she's saying. It's like you can build your house clear to the setback, but once you build your house, you can't.
No, that's never been said.
No.
Yeah.
So we could maximize
that your building envelope.
And then once it's built, you're limited to these restrictions.
Now you're to these modifying regulations.
So that's how I understood what you said too. So
no, then you get into this. If you stay within your building envelope, this has nothing to do with your shade structure or your addition, your bathroom, your bedroom, your family room, or any of those additions you want to do that fit within your building. This does not touch that.
But I guess maybe
you could do it all
maybe
on.
Maybe I can help you explain. Is that if you can build your house there, why can't you build a shade structure there?
You can't. You can do anything you want, like Councilman Martinson just said, in your buildable box before you cross your setbacks.
But our ordinance says you can't.
No, it really doesn't.
It says it's down to 30% of your backyard.
Your backyard, but that's what I'm saying. That's into that extra area. Because I would let anybody build in their building envelope because they haven't maxed out their property yet.
But your backyard is defined by the back of your house when you first build it, right?
It is, but you also have a building envelope. So you cross, there are going to be an area there for some people that have not maxed out their building lot with the area that they're allowed within the setback range.
Okay.
I mean, I wish I could go up there and draw on the thing and show you maybe I can on here, I don't know.
We know you're on there.
John, are you?
Challenged? No, I can't in this. Let me.
Councilman
I'm
Coates is
thoroughly
doing something
confused
over
now.
there.
No, because I told you, I had to really think this over when I was talking, because I wasn't here with the planning commission, right? So,
This is what we're saying.
there you go. There's what I was gonna do.
Okay, so I got two identical lots. This is to scale. You got building A and building B. This one I built the entire lot minus the setbacks. This one I built to here, but then this backyard area, I'm required to build to the 30%.
That's right. If, again, let's get back to this. If I put detached accessory structure, okay, detached is what this whole section's about. If I want to add an awning or an addition onto that, I can go all the way to that setback line. As long as I meet the building code, I can fill that up, and you're not into this modifying regulations then.
It doesn't say, it says accessory buildings and structures, including shade structures as outlined below. It doesn't depict if it's detached
May
or not.
encroach, read the whole thing, into the side or rear setbacks.
It doesn't say may.
Well, it should.
Well, it doesn't. It says shade structures located in the rear shall not cover more than 30% of the rear yard area. I'm reading number 5. So that's where we're getting confused, is that if you can build a house there, why can't you build a shade structure?
Okay, and it's all based on attached and detached, though.
That is the difference, and that's what the
Is it
distinction
because
is.
it's detached one story and then it's under that heading?
That's what the modifying regulations is all about, is to be able to build into that area.
So we don't have an ordinance to pass tonight. I think we could probably work on some of this offline, just in essence of time, and bring it back. But it sounds like you want to try to do something that has to do with what the planning commission brought forward. Is that more or
I
less
just
what
want
we're
to make
hearing?
sure we're clear, and I want to officially put this in the
We'll-
record
we'll
as a
be
drawing by
extremely
Councilman
clear.
Coates. I'm
And the
serious. Let's
official
put it in the
record.
record. Put it on the camera there.
I think we need that. I think we need that for our minutes.
But here's what I want to say, and this is what it
Exhibit A.
should be. We actually had a situation we're working with the codifiers to fix on the rear yard stuff. But number one, just read what it says. It's a detached one-story private garage and other accessory buildings and structures located may have a side yard setback of 3 feet subject to the following. So these are all about detached accessory structures, except the shade structures, we made them attach them in this area because they were going into the setback area. That's why this is all about, this whole thing was based on buildings that will cross over into that, what we call the protected setback area. That's what this whole section's, the intent and its purpose is about. So if I have not used out my buildable envelope, I would have to sit there and say, you know what? If I have 30 feet, but my setback's 20, you have 10 feet to build. You pull your permit, you just have to meet the building code, and you stay within this box. You can build that 10 feet by whatever your house is, as long as you, and whatever the side yard setbacks are, you can build all that attached to your home, and it does not go into this at all. Because
So
that's really the only logical and realistic, way to do that.
That makes sense. I think I misunderstood.
I thought I tried to be more clear, but that's what I was trying to say, is that discussion got away, and I said, but I would, and I remember saying this, in the earlier meeting, that I would allow you to go to that, whatever, if it's 8 feet, 16, whatever it is, till you hit that setback line, you would just come in and pull the building permit as long as it's attached to the primary structure. But now when you detach something, then you're going to follow, even if you haven't used up your buildable envelope, because now you're making a accessory structure that's not attached to your primary.
And that's a whole new set of rules.
So the header is Code Amendment Detached Residential Accessory Building Restrictions, but it doesn't get into that it's in the setback. So it sounds like we just need to look at it, but I'm not ready to move. Like, it's too many ifs.
So tonight it's
what'll be best, Council Mayor Pro Tem, maybe I'll draw you up some just some samples. We can put it in a work session and we'll really drill down on it. And just, I say we need to go through it. I mean, we really do. If everybody's off in the different directions, and I'm saying that's not a bad thing. It's just that we all need to get locked in of what we have to do on the
Councilman
day-to-day.
Coates' picture really got me in line with what we're discussing.
Yeah, so if I give you more of those, and I'll give you 3 or 4 examples, is what we'll
What's
do.
yours and what's his?
Yeah, I'm not available for hire right now.
I think that we have some good direction.
I'm going to get you some good examples, and we'll talk all that over, I think. Then we can be clear on where we want to go and why we're going there. Is that fair? Okay, I apologize. I thought I was more clear in the work session, but pictures do what do they say? A picture give you 1,000 words, where sometimes 1,000 words with no picture or just 1,000 words. So, okay.
So this is already.
Sorry, Councilman.
So this is already a continuation of consideration to approve. So do we need to make another motion to move to a further? Oh, did you want to speak, sir?
On behalf of the applicant, when it's appropriate.
Sure. Yeah, come on up, please.
Thank you. And honestly, I appreciate some of the clarification that Mr. Ellerman is making, and frankly, I'd like to ask a clarification. Is the building envelope everything inside the setback?
Yes.
Okay, so that then would address the issue of an attached shade structure in a large property. If your lot happens to be in R15, you're going to have some pretty good leeway. But as we started talking to the planning commission, there was one commissioner, I can't remember who it was. He was sitting right here where Councilman Coates was, and he was worried about his own property. And well, because I was going to build a garage, then will I have enough? And there was a real question. What we are asking for, and the attachment detachment helps solve part of that issue, but this tiered schedule is still just every bit as important. When we started the hearing a month ago with the Planning Commission, they said, why are we here? We have spent a ton of time dealing with this, and what they came up with on their own before the applicant even stepped up was, wait a minute, we're talking about accessory buildings. Accessory buildings and shade are completely different. Accessory buildings have to do with storage and cars and an industrial look that the staff is concerned about. Shade is different. We live in, and I had this great picture that we showed to the Planning Commission. We live in a hole. And our temperatures here are remarkably different than everywhere else. And people move here because of the dry heat. They move here because of how it helps their health. But you get an older couple who comes here, a younger couple who needs that health, and they can't live in their backyard because it's not 110 degrees, it's 110 degrees where? In the shade. In the sun, it's 15 to 30 degrees hotter than that, which is completely unbearable. And so by bringing a shade structure, you're developing the backyard, you're making the backyard usable. And I totally appreciate staff. They're looking to improve quality of life. They're looking to improve the open spaces. Shade does that. I made a quick handout with some pictures we tried to and just some of the points on the front, we can skip that, but in the second page, just a quick mock-up of a backyard, if you've got 30% of it in garage, that means you cannot shade your pool. You cannot shade your barbecue area. You cannot shade your recreational area or your patio. You're done. And if you don't have room for a garage, you're even worse off. So what we tried to do was pick a couple of properties. We actually picked them all up out of Brio. I'm sorry. I don't care. And the first home is a home. They start out in an R16, and as you can see in the back, with the current statute, we can have a less than a 12 by 12 awning, which means if you have 4 people over and you're trying to sit around a chair, you're going to have the 2 back people in the sun. It just, it doesn't work. With what the Planning Commission is suggesting, it gives you a little bit wider and longer width. It means 2 people could be on each side of the table without somebody being in the back. We tried to put the same thing together for an R18. And then if you skip to the last one, with an R110, it shows a 30% garage, and then we're done. But with what the statute is, or the proposal from the Planning Commission is trying to do, it still gives you 10% for a little awning. And most of these are attached, so perhaps that means that we could build them, we could fill up all the rest of that building envelope. I think the point from the Planning Commission is, as Mr. Drew Ellerson.
Just call me Drew. That's right.
Drew, I'm sorry, had suggested was the way it was proposed. Yes, it looks like it might be 100% of your backyard could be shade structure. I think the point, we didn't actually quite think that through, but we've never seen anybody use 100% of their backyard for swimming pool either. There's a financial restriction there, but we were pleased with the tiered structure that was put together by the Planning Commission. It was a beautiful proposal, and we would suggest that we stick within that structure. We would love to work with the city, maybe making a proposal and considering the issue of attached and detached. I think it's also important to define a shade structure. The shade structure, I think, is defined, but it's defined only in connection with the side yard, not in connection with the whole yard. And which brings up another fascinating point. You'll notice on the drawing of the first home, it's lot 98. The side yard's bigger than the backyard. And so if we're looking to save space, we've got a beautiful side yard. And presently in your statute, we can build remarkable size awnings in a side yard that's not restricted at all. Well, it's restricted, but we can fill up the side yard. There's no 30% restriction in the side yard, but there's a significant restriction in the backyard. And so Drew's got a great point, and maybe we consider if there's space on the side yard. There's some things here that we need to look at, and we would love to deal with. But we would ask, as the City Commission looks at this, that you consider that shade is not an accessory building. It serves a completely different purpose. It makes your backyard usable. Your first, or one of your questions was, is this what the people want, or is this what the applicant want? And Mr. Segmiller made the point that this is, the applicant is the one who has brought this, but the applicant has taken 4 jobs so far this year, taken 4 jobs and had to modify them and shrink them down to fit the city code. And right now has had 3 jobs so far this year that were completely rejected. So we would suggest that it really is the public.
Are you saying those are Washington City jobs that were rejected?
So we're trying to make this work. We think this is what the people want. It's what I want. It's shade, and fortunately I live out far enough. I have an enormous lot, so it doesn't matter how big my awning is, because 30% works. But for a family who is trying to live in affordable housing, for an R18, an R110, and approaching an R115, it's hard to have a shade structure under the current code. And what we've seen other municipalities doing is increasing, as you did, from 25 to 30%. We're seeing some of them increase to 50%. But we're also seeing municipalities separate the shade structures from the accessory buildings. And I think because of the difference in purpose, that's a wise change.
So where would you like us to land from the industry point of view?
I think we can make this structure work perfectly, and maybe, and what I would suggest is, and we'd be happy to take a leading oar, is to work off of that structure and then go back through the code and make sure it fits with attached.
You're referring to what
detached.
the planning commission, their recommendation?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think that the two proposals, the 4 bulleted dots right there, work perfectly, and it's just a matter of making sure that we feather it into the rest of the code, and that's what your attorney does, and we'd love to take a leading oar on that, or work together with them on that. If the planning commission, or I'm sorry, if the city council could just say, these are the parameters we want, go to work, we'd love to help.
Thank you.
Thank you. And can I also just say, when we were here a month ago with the planning commission, I was really surprised. They took, as Mr. Segmiller said, actually Drew put it in his report too, they took an hour and a half with us. They were very thorough and very willing to hear and listen, and we appreciated that. You might just put a plug in for them.
I appreciate that. We all try very hard to do the citizens' business correctly. Thank you. So council, does that sound okay? You want to chew on it for a minute?
Well, I just want to restate what I said earlier. I don't think there's anything that a motion can pass tonight based on how this came about from an industry suggestion. Then planning commission recommendations that were different. If the council want to give staff a direction you'd like us to go and begin working on something to bring back to you, I think that we need to have this start with you, and then we push it out to the planning commission, to the industry, anybody else we think we want to have comment on it, and then have the process work in the reverse order next time.
Council, I've heard some positive comments about the planning commission's recommendations. Are you feeling like that's a good starting point?
So I have a question. Do we need to break this up and have one for accessory dwelling or accessory buildings and one for shade structures, or do you think you can accomplish it in one?
So the way our ordinance is written, which is, you've heard me say this a few times, this is old code. The code's quite old, right? It's from a time when people had bigger residential yards, and the concept of open space in those yards was different than we see today. And so if we're going to make some changes, let's wrestle with all of them. Let's let this council wrestle with all of them and give us the direction that you would like your new code to read, so that we can at least modernize this section. We already know that we've got a code writing goal of trying to modernize sections, and so let's look at them both.
I agree. Like I said, I read this multiple times, and apparently we were all confused. So let's get it so it's not confusing, and look at all our code, but that's not all our code, but the code that applies to these areas.
I think what's got us confused is where it says rear yard, because our understanding of rear yard is from the back of the house that was originally built.
And
So I
generally
think we
that
just
is
need to
it. I mean,
clarify that.
in 99% of things, that's what it's going to be. But as this came up, I'm sitting there going, well, to be perfectly fair to the homeowner, if there is use, but we're going to have to put that in the language, that is beyond the building envelope or something to that. We're going to have
need
to define
clarify
that more.
that with the setbacks, so.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because I'd rather allow them to have stuff that we don't have to go into this just outright, like we'd say outright permitted to do. If they stay within that building envelope, then I'm agree with you. They can use 100% of the building envelope, no doubt. And a lot of people do, and then they're talking about going beyond. So we'll work through that.
So we'll just continue the continuation. Thank you. Briefly, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, I might say this wasn't a continuation tonight. This was just the item that came forward on Planning Commission recommendation. So it wasn't continued or anything. This was its first blush here.
But do we need to make a motion on like table, deny, reload, like because it was brought by an applicant, not the city? Like
the agenda says consideration of an ordinance. I think you should make a motion on that agenda item, and then my recommendation is you'd give us the direction you'd like us to go.
Okay, let's do that. Let's let this gentleman finish his thoughts, and then we'll do that.
Thank you.
You bet.
A year ago, we were before this commission and we were dealing with an awning that went back into the setbacks. There's a detached issue here, and we're hoping that the detached issue doesn't get thrown away just because you can do an attached awning and stay within the building envelope. Currently, an accessory building can be built within a foot, or is it 3 feet of the back, the boundary line, but the roof can stretch out to the boundary line, right? And awning, the pole can be within a foot of the boundary line, and the roof can go to the boundary line. The city's made that in relation to the detached structures, and so there's a detached issue that has already been addressed, and the suggestion addresses that, but then there's also an attached issue, and we would just ask, because some of the comments seem to be going both directions, that we make sure that we address both sides of that.
Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem, please. I think it's time to make a motion with direction. So I think we make a motion that we table it. Should I table or should I just? So I'll make a motion we deny item 8A, ordinance amending the portion of the City Code Title 9, Chapter 8B, Section 6. 8B, item 8B. Recommend we deny at this time, but we're going to look at it and work with the applicant to try to help amend our code through our city staff.
There's a motion by Councilman Coates. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilman Ivy, aye.
Councilwoman Casperson, aye.
And Councilman Martinson, sorry.
Aye.
Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
Councilman Coates?
Aye.
No, you didn't. It's a long night. Okay, thank you. That brings us to our reports from officers from assigned committees. Councilman Martinson.
Nothing.
It's 9:25, man.
We've got finance tomorrow, so that's really it.
We're not going to twist your arm.
Youth council's going strong, so we're good.
Thank you, Councilman.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but I do. No, we went. I'll be very brief. We went up to the league. We had a great annual conference at the league, and the one thing that when I left, I was just overwhelmed with the idea of how well our city is doing. You know, when I go and listen to the experts, and I just go, "We're doing that. We're doing that. We're doing that. We let out on that." And those type of things. It was a good conference. We did hear some good information, and we represented well, I think, there. In art, there's a big art project coming at Veterans Park on October 7th. Just keep that on your radar. It's entitled All About Art, and it's going to be a very large event that they're working very hard at. So we'd love to be able to support that. I'm going to Water School Friday, where I'll be presenting elements of our water ordinance and landscape ordinance and our AMI metering, our conservation, and look forward to that. And then we'll report on that when we get back. So that is all I have. Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll try to speak really quickly. I met with the Active Transportation Committee, and a couple items there were several items that were discussed, but what I will bring up is we've been trying to focus on trail safety. You know, we've had a lot of accidents, and so there's just some signs that they're going to be placing, temporary signs for now, that they're going to be placing up just to kind of have little reminders along the way. And then something I thought was really what I'm looking forward to is that SUBA is actually working on a trail map that will be through Washington City, St. George, and I can't remember, I think it might be Ivans. But you can just put it in just like a little trail map that has all of the trails in our area. And then it'll also have, you can be able to see it online as well. And then another event that I want to have everyone notified about is the chamber, the Washington area chamber, the Women in Business, are going to be holding a candidate forum at Cottontown Village Dance Hall on September 19th, 11:30 to 1. And so we'll get to hear from you guys, and it'll be I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to come to support you and invite all of our community to come and listen to you guys more.
City Manager report, Mr. Red.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I produce this for Dick and Laurie each week, and they didn't make it to the end of our meeting, but we'll fill them in. I do want to report a little bit on our Public Works Director, Blake Fonsbeck. I think all of the council know, probably not the residents, that he's been in the hospital for almost 2 weeks, but he is now out of the ICU, which is great news, and he's doing physical and occupational therapy, so he's doing really well. We're hopeful that he'll be able to come back soon and participate in our meetings, and been in contact with his wife, and you know, our thoughts and prayers and good feelings are going out to him and his family. One of the other people that made it all the way to the end of the meeting is Brianna Wall, who's our intern. Do you want her to come up so you can see her better?
Oh yeah, we want her to come up
to the front of the microphone. Yes. Brianna, you can ask her questions, but she's a student at SUU. She's majoring in political science and criminal justice. And if she made it through tonight's meeting, she might still want to participate in local government at some point. Hopefully she's not changing her major, but
no, definitely not.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
So my name is Brianna Wall. I'm currently a student at Southern Utah University. I'm a senior. So part of this internship is to help determine what I plan to do after my undergraduate degree. So I'm currently obtaining a bachelor's. I moved to Washington in 2018 with my family, graduated from Desert Hills in 2019. And yeah, I'm the oldest of 5, and my favorite color is purple. So yeah.
Well, at least you went to the right college.
Did you graduate from SU? Nice. It's a pretty cool school.
So Brianna will be with us for the next 5-6 weeks. So if you have any projects like rewriting awning code, she could certainly do some research and help with that.
I'm going to build on the managers. We've tried to build for her a dynamic internship program, but if there's other ideas and ways that you want to build into that, let's allow Brianna's experience to be diverse and interesting. So if there's something else you want to have us add into that, let us know.
So who are you interning underneath Pat and Jeremy, pretty much?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm technically under Mayor Staley.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's not here, so I can say
No,
that.
it's okay. That's fine. But yeah, if you have a project or need help with anything, I'd be more than happy to help, and I appreciate the opportunity.
We have lots of projects, so.
Okay, so I can tell. But I'm excited. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
The only last item I had, I have a lot of interesting information from the league meetings. In the interest of time, I'll put most of that in my weekly email, but that gives you something to read this Friday. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's my report.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts tonight. Well done. And we stand adjourned until September 27th.
I think you need a motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, we're getting there.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.